Travers. I'm a fluid engineer, so it's brilliant.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the very first Black Graduate Careers Conference. How are you guys doing? It's really good to see you. Yeah, give yourselves a round of applause. Well done for making it down. My name's Rebekah. I'm a physics undergrad, and I'm the Black and Minority Ethnic Students Officer here. I'm just going to start you off with some simple housekeeping. In the event that there's a fire, you need to exit through the back doors or these doors right here. Hopefully there won't be a fire, so I think we'll be fine.
And hello everybody, it's lovely to see all of you. I hope the rain didn't disturb you in any way. But my name is Ebuka Itanyi. I'm an alumni here at Imperial, and I just obtained my master's in Innovation, Entrepreneurship and Management from the business school. And Rebekah and I will be your hosts today. So I hope you all enjoy the conference. And also keep in mind that during the breaks, there are a lot of Imperial students as well as alumni that are here. So feel free to ask them any questions that you may have in between the workshops or in between the sessions. But I really look forward to having the session with you guys today. Give us a round of applause. Give us a round of applause. Come on.
Okay, so let's get started, and we are going to welcome the Provost, Professor Ian Walmsley.
Good. Well, good morning, everybody, and thank you, Rebekah, Ebuka, for that introduction. Great to see another physicist. I was also a physics undergraduate here many, many years ago, but you know, it's sort of the foundation of things, isn't it, Rebekah? Yeah, so good. Well, welcome to this first Black Graduate Careers Conference. It's great to see you all here in person, and it's great to see people online. Of course, we're getting very used to being adaptable, and we seem to have gone from challenge to challenge. So well done to everybody for sort of meeting this latest crisis and adapting to that. And I think moving through this very fast-changing world with these new things thrown at us is something that Imperial has been recognized for. Over the past couple of years, the institution has won the Times University of the Year. We were the top-ranked institution for quality of research outputs and impact in the Research Excellence Framework just announced. We're the highest-rated entrepreneurial university in Europe by the Reuters ranking. We increased our ranking in the QS tables. And we remain in the top 10 institutions in Times Higher. Now, numbers are one thing, but I think what they do give you is a sense of the caliber of your colleagues, of our staff, and of your fellow students around here. Student experience is a really important part of what the institution is about. It's one of the two key themes in our academic strategy. And the Times University of the Year for Student Experience Award last year, I hope, recognized that to some degree. Now, what that turns into for you, I hope, is a sense of the institution wanting to support you throughout not only your time here, but also your time after you leave here. And thinking about what your options are is a really important thing to be doing. Now, there are some useful measures there. Of course, a very large fraction of our Imperial postgraduate students find themselves in stimulating employment with decent salaries after they graduated. So that's a sort of sine qua non, that you can get a job and get some money. But there's a lot more to using your Imperial degree than that, of course. You can have an impact on the world in so many ways, and you'll hear from a couple of our prominent alumni later about the ways in which they have used their Imperial foundations to go on and really do great things in the world. So the workshop today will cover lots of different options for you. Postgraduate studies taught or research degrees, ways you can think about starting your own business, becoming an entrepreneur yourself, career trajectories through commerce and through industry. And our alumni, our staff, and our partners are all sharing their own experiences with you in talks and in networking, and there's interactive sessions to get to know a wide range of people here. So our speakers today, I noted, are two alumni, Jonathan Crawford and Stephanie Travers, and they are going to be giving you their stories about what they have done following their time at Imperial. Jonathan's going to talk about his entrepreneurial activities and his career in investment banking, and Stephanie's going to talk about how chemical engineering here led her to be the first black woman to stand on a Formula One podium with Lewis Hamilton. I'm really jealous of that. That sounds like just a fantastic thing to do. So, welcome to everybody to this careers conference. Good luck with the day. Really build up your networks and hear from the great people we have. And now let me invite Stephanie to give her keynote talk. Welcome.
Brilliant. Good morning, everybody. I hope you had a fairly easy journey in with all the train strikes. I'm Stephanie Travers, and as previously mentioned, I have a history of working in Formula One. I've transitioned out of that now, and I work for Project 44, which is Lewis Hamilton's company directly. I'm on his racing team X44 as an associate sporting director, and then his foundation Mission 44 as a partnership lead, really trying to help organizations that have initiatives for young people that are interested in STEM and to get those young people into motorsport. I will go through a little bit about me and my education and working history, the reason why I moved to Imperial from a university that wasn't a Russell Group and called Bradford University. I came here for my MSc. And then I'll go through a little bit about becoming a trackside fluid engineer and what trackside fluid engineering is, in case anybody is interested in that. And then lastly, we'll touch on my roles in Project 44 and the Extreme E racing. A bit about me. I was born in Zimbabwe and moved, well, brilliant, someone else. I moved to the UK in 2004 with my family. Long time ago. My dad does not play with education, and essentially when the government closed the private schools, I was on a plane with my mum and siblings within 2 weeks and straight into school in the UK. I love traveling and experiencing new cultures and really enjoy expanding my knowledge. So recently I completed an MBA Essentials certificate just to see if I really wanted to do a full MBA, as the cost is not something that is easily affordable, and I really enjoyed that. So really looking to actually come back here and do the weekend MBA alongside my role, so that I can combine the engineering skills with those business skills and hopefully elevate my career. My dream role is to be a team principal in Formula One or another form of motorsport, so that's the journey that I'm taking at the moment. In terms of my education history, I did my Bachelor's of Engineering at University of Bradford, took a year out to do a diploma in industrial studies at BASF, and then decided that I was going to move to Imperial for my MSc in Advanced Chemical Engineering, and that was such a great decision for me. I worked with BASF, as I mentioned, for my placement year as a project engineer as well as a process engineer, so it was really great, as I had an amazing line manager that after a few months gave me the reins on projects and allowed me to manage projects on my own and really guided me through that. And he's been a key part of my career to date, as I've kept in contact with him and have asked him questions all the way through my career. After graduating, I initially started in a startup called Polygen, and I really knew that that was what I did not want to do. So after a few months, I decided to start exploring and ended up back at BASF. Polygen was very new, and it was reading and writing patents, and it just did not interest me as much as my placement year. So I knew I was in the wrong environment and I wouldn't put the best version of myself forward and wouldn't be able to elevate myself and expand my knowledge in the way that I'd wanted to. So I knew that very early on and was very honest with my line manager in that regard and decided to go back to BASF as a reliability engineer. That was great because every single day was different. You get on site and a pump may have broken today and tomorrow you've got an issue with a production line and you really have to dig down and figure out what those issues are to ensure that you don't affect production and that your customers get their product on time. So it was really, really great job, but at times it came with troubles because you can't fix everything straight away and sometimes you do have to have those conversations with customers, but they always took it well as long as you explained to them in a timely fashion. I then went on to PETRONAS as a Trackside fluid engineer. That has been the highlight of my career so far. At the end of 2018, I decided to apply for PETRONAS, and I'll talk a little bit about the journey and how I got into that role as a Trackside fluid engineer. And lastly, I'm at Project 44 as an associate supporting director. Why did I move to Imperial? The decision for me was quite easy in the regard that I'd always dreamt of being in motorsport. And from the research I'd done, they mainly employ people that have been to Russell Group universities. So that was one key factor for me. And not only that, who wouldn't want to attend Imperial? I mean, it's one of the top universities in engineering, and I had always wanted to go here after speaking to some of my peers that had come here straight from A-levels. So I put myself forward, applied, and went through that process and got in with a few of my other friends from Bradford University, and we came here and completed our MSc in Advanced Chemical Engineering. And honestly, it was the best decision I could have made, as when I began applying for jobs after leaving Imperial, I was getting through to the next stage of pretty much everything. Whereas at the end of my bachelor's, where I wasn't sure if I was going to take a bit of a break before doing that master's, and when I was applying for my placement year, I really struggled to get past that first stage. So I don't know what that may have been because my CV didn't change as much apart from the fact I had completed my degree, but I definitely think it's due to the fact that Imperial was now on my CV. In terms of becoming a Trackside fluid engineer, this was not easy at all. And I know application processes can be really difficult at times, and they're getting even more and more difficult every single year and more inventive. And PETRONAS did a really crazy thing that had never been done before. I applied via LinkedIn. Very, very important to have a LinkedIn. So if you don't have one already, please do get one. A lot more organizations are actually using that to showcase their jobs and not putting it on other job forums. So really, really important to have a LinkedIn. After that, I was invited to do some psychometric tests. I think there were 7 in total. And that ranged from numerical reasoning, verbal reasoning, creative thinking, all the way through to tests that test your personality to see whether you'd be a fit with the team of PETRONAS and also the Mercedes Formula One team. At that stage, I had to then create a 1-minute video answering 10 questions from Valtteri Bottas and the team. This is the point where I nearly dropped out of the entire program. I'm quite an introverted person and have learnt how to do engagements and speak to a camera after being in Formula One, but at that point it was really scary for me. But the support of my parents was, I can't even put it into words. They've just been there for me the whole way through my career and my education and done the best for me in every single way possible. And at that point, my dad just said to me, "You've always dreamt of being in Formula One and working with Lewis Hamilton. Why are you letting the word global deter you from wanting to continue? And a 1-minute video where you can edit this video, you can record it as many times as you want. Why are you letting this bother you? Just get on with it, do the video. If you don't get through, then it is what it is." So that was sent out to the world for voting. Everyone voted. I really didn't think I would get through, but praise God I did, and was asked to go to Kuala Lumpur for the final 5. The final 5 of us went to Kuala Lumpur to have our final interviews. I had a 2-hour session to prep with some information and do a case study interview, and 3 of us got through that stage. The last stage was the hardest. We had to do a treasure hunt in the middle of Kuala Lumpur city centre to find the CEO and have your final interview with him. If you didn't find him, you didn't have the interview and essentially you failed. So yeah, big problem. I had no roaming, so I had no internet. But essentially I did find him in the end, and I did have my interview, but that was one of the hardest interviews I've ever had in my life. When you go to an interview, don't expect someone to ask you, tell me why I shouldn't hire you. When he asked that, I sat there and I thought, okay, all the advice I've been given from careers advisors, always have a positive spin-off. So I went on and tried to spin it into a positive. He stopped me mid-sentence. He says, no, you've topped the charts in all the tests, in the videos, in everything. I don't care about anything positive about you right now. I've got all of that on paper. Why shouldn't I hire you? So that was really hard for me to answer. Can't really remember what I said now, but in hindsight, I had put it towards the traveling and how I'm not used to working in different time zones and getting off a plane and going straight to work, because that was the only answer I could think would still get me the job. As if I said time management, that really wouldn't be a good answer. I then got the role at the end of 2018. I could only tell my mum and dad. I was under an NDA for a period of time, and then they announced my arrival in February 2019. So that was really, really great. And the last 3 years in F1 have been the greatest years of my life. I traveled the world, 22 events every single year, apart from the first year of COVID, it went down to 17. But I still got to travel through that period and had a sense of normality in my life. I did get stuck in Australia for a period of time and then 3 months in South Africa as my boss didn't want us back in Europe. But we got through that and continued traveling, doing what I love. In terms of a job as a trackside fluid engineer, it entails arriving and setting up the lab. You have to check every single piece of equipment before you even calibrate them. Has anything been damaged in transit? Some things go air freight, some things go sea freight. So everything needs to be checked. Has anything been tampered with in that process? The next day is all about checking the fuel and oils that we've sent, that we've formulated at PETRONAS and we've sent Trackside. Checking the seals. Has anything been broken? Has one of our competitors tried to tamper with it? Or has it been tampered with in transit? You do this analysis, you take samples of the fuel, samples of the oil, and you analyze them in the different equipment in the lab. Once that's all done, you submit samples to the FIA, which is the sports governing body, and they approve your fuels for that weekend. They've already been approved way in advance of running them, but if you're not in line with their sample, they have what they call a golden sample. If you're not in line, your team is getting disqualified for that race weekend. And when you think about traveling with 200 people to put this car together and race for one weekend, 3,000 people working in a factory, how much money is going into this? That all was riding on my shoulders and my colleague. I was a senior, so training up a junior, so it was all on my shoulders. So it was a big responsibility. And ultimately, the performance of the car, you have something to do with it alongside the aero engineers and all of the other engineers there. Day 4 onwards, the race weekend begins. A sample is taken before and after every single session of racing. And at some point, if they have high revs or something happens to the car mid-session, they'll call you in the garage and you have to run in with your sampling kit, get that sample and analyze it in real time and feedback to those engineers. Sometimes they'll hold back that car, which is really, really critical. Every single minute of every session is calculated to ensure that we get the data we need to put Lewis and now George Russell in the best possible position to win that race at a weekend. So it's very, very crucial that we do the results and do the analysis and give the results on time. And it wasn't just Mercedes that I was doing this for, it was Mercedes, Aston Martin, Williams, and McLaren. So anyone that used a Mercedes power unit. This is the setup, so I'll go back actually. This truck at the bottom, that's where my lab for Europe was. So that's the European lab in that photo there. You have the spectrometer in the back with the blue, and on the opposite side a viscometer. And then we also have a GC, a gas chromatograph, to do the samples. I'll go into a little bit about them in a little bit. When we travel across the world, we now send a lab via sea freight. And this is the box that you can see in the bottom left corner. It's tight for space, and the garage is really tight. But essentially, yeah, these photos just highlight the environment that I was in, the analysis I was doing, and the fuel drums at the beginning of the week when we're checking them for any contamination. The main point of this role is all about used oil analysis and monitoring the amount of wear that has happened within a particular session of an F1 car. So we used to take a 2 milliliter sample of engine oil, which is pretty much, it's nothing, it's a few drops. And that goes into that machine, the spectrometer. And the spectrometer burns that oil by creating a potential difference between a carbon rod and disc. And it burns that oil and rotates that disc. And the flame is detected by a high-speed camera. Every single metal burns at a different color, and that camera detects the concentration of every single metallic particle or any element that's within that oil. And then we can translate that and say we've had too much wear or we've had just the right amount of wear. When you start having too much wear, it's all about communication with the engineers to try and prevent catastrophic failure. Once that data has come through the concentrations, it all gets pulled through into a database. That database, then we take all the information from there, we put it into spreadsheets that have been created by the Mercedes team. And these have limits for everything: aluminium, iron, copper, titanium, you name it. Every single component in an F1 car will have one element or combination of elements that we are able to say we know exactly where that problem is. When we have high limits on a combination of metals, we can say, okay, we've got a problem with, I don't know, what could it be? I'm trying to think of experiences that we've had. Crankshaft issues, or there's an issue with the gearbox. We can know exactly where that problem is through that analysis. The equipment that we use. So I mentioned the viscometer before. Viscometer simply just checks the viscosity of the engine oil. It's very important that we're at the range that we had said we would be with the raw product. When that fresh product arrives, we check that viscosity. If we're not, then we know that something could have happened. They could have been stored in the wrong way. We arrived at one country in 2019, and they had frozen everything. The oils, the fuel was in a container that was at -17, and you're not meant to store these oils in the negatives. So it poses a risk, because if you have any water within that and you put that in the engine, you could ruin everything and you wouldn't be able to run for that particular weekend. And every single engine in F1 is so valuable, as you only get 3 power units for the entire year. The one on the right is a GC, and that is a gas chromatograph, so we monitor the fuel in there. It injects such a small portion of fuel, and it heats it up, and the lighter components travel the column quicker than the heavier components, and we're able to see how much of every single component we've got in that composition of fuel. If you're outside of a 0.1 absolute range, you're disqualified from a race weekend. So contamination from the fuel system into the oil, or any contamination that you can get, cross-contamination within the car, and also tampering of products is really, really important for us to pick up before those cars go out on track and we get disqualified. The FIA I mentioned previously, they can come at any single point in the race weekend. They literally walk in and they tell you, we would like an engine oil sample or a fuel sample from this car. At that point, they will not leave the site of that car until you've provided them with the sample. So if you've got anything that shouldn't be in your car, anything foreign, you're going to get called out at that point. And fortunately for us, we've never ever tried to tamper. We've always played by the rules and been fair and provided them with samples. And at the end of the race, you need to have 1 liter of fuel in your car to be able to provide them with a sample post-race. And I don't know if you watch Formula One, but Sebastian Vettel unfortunately didn't meet that requirement and got disqualified from a race last year. So it's very, very important that the engineers calculate exactly how much fuel goes in. I had the privilege of going onto the podium at the Styrian Grand Prix. I really did not expect it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. It was a momentous occasion for myself and my family, and I didn't expect it at all. The funniest thing is my dad predicted it, and he said to me at the beginning of the season, Lewis's first race win, you're going on the podium. And I said, no, that's not going to happen. He said, just look at the world and what's happening with everything in the world and the Black Lives Matter movement, etc. He says, I'm telling you now, I've got this feeling in my heart that you're going on the podium. Didn't listen to him, went to Austria, did not get my nails done. I had nails that were chipped. My hair Didn't wake up in time to do my hair because we had worked 70 hours. So Sunday morning came and I was like, no, I'm taking the extra half an hour sleep. So I literally just had it back and looked a mess. And the first thing my dad said to me was, I did tell you, but you weren't prepared. So yeah, that was me, but it was such a great moment. I was hanging on the wall, as you can see over here. I'm somewhere in that photo hanging over, celebrating Lewis coming along the line. And Toto's head of comms literally came up to me and said, you're going on the podium. I was in the middle of running to the podium to watch it myself. And he stopped me and he said, no, you're going up. And I said, no, I'm not. So I'm not going up. And I kept walking. And Bradley was like, no, Steph, you're really going on the podium. It's a request from Toto. So at that point I said, well, can we try maybe next race? Or do I have to go now? He was like, no, it's now. So they took my name, my pass and everything and pushed me forward. I was like, I've never popped a champagne bottle. What do I do? Like, am I going to fall? Like, what's going to happen? And he said, just look at Lewis. He'll tell you what to do. He did not tell me what to do, but I managed. I got through it, and I'm so glad that that happened because the number of young females and people of color that reached out to me that were inspired by my journey, it really took me back. I did not realize that I was having an impact on people's lives, and just seeing young 13-year-olds messaging me from parents' accounts and asking for advice, it really, really humbled me. And yeah, I spend a lot of time mentoring students from Zimbabwe and other countries in the world that email me, and I'll have like a session with you via Zoom to just speak to you and try and spark that interest in STEM, as I think it's so important to get a lot more females into motorsport and to STEM in general. I mean, when you look around an F1 paddock, there's not many people of color in general, and I think now Naomi Schiff is in there, but before that point, I was the only female of color on the F1 grid. So yeah, it was a great day for myself and for Lewis, and something that I'll definitely treasure for life. At the moment, I have moved to Project 44, and my role for X44 is an associate sporting director. So that's in a form of racing called Extreme E. So Extreme E is electric SUV off-road racing. And it's a really great program. There's only 5 races in a season, so the traveling has really come down for me a lot. But it brings electric racing to locations that you would only dream of going to. Last year I got to go to Senegal, which was amazing. This year I'm off to Chile and Uruguay, and we race in remote locations. In Chile we're racing on a mine, copper mine, and it's just highlighting to the world the issues that we face with the climate, and really trying to show everyone what needs to be done and what we can do as humans to change that and make the planet a better place for future generations. So every country that we go to, we have a legacy program, and I'll show you a few photos from the last one we went to in Saudi. Second half of my role is with Mission 44, and I'm a partnership lead. I am with Mission 44, and that's a charity that focuses on creating a fair and inclusive society where all young people reach their full potential. A strand of Mission 44 is Ignite. I'm not sure if you've heard of it, but it's the partnership between Mercedes and Lewis Hamilton, where they've both pledged an amount of money and put money towards trying to improve the diversity, equality, and inclusion of motorsport. And we're making great strides in that area at the moment. So I've had a few board meetings and reviewed some proposals from really great organizations out there. And we're going to be awarding grants to help make a difference for young people and help young people get into STEM and motorsport. And those initiatives can be for primary school, high schools, or even universities. Some universities may come and want funding to help people from underrepresented backgrounds, and that's mainly our focus. As I mentioned, Extreme E. So that is our car in Extreme E, the X44. It is massive. I probably come up to half of the door. Yeah, and the great thing about the sport is it's promoting equality, gender equality. Every single team has to have a male and a female driver. So we've got the best drivers out there, Seb Loeb, 9-time world rally champion, and Cristina Gutierrez, who is pretty new into the racing sphere, but she is absolutely brilliant. She has topped nearly 50% of the males within Extreme E. So she's done an amazing job for us. And unfortunately, we drew with Nico Rosberg's team for the championship last year. as we never really finished any races. We won every single part of qualifying, but we had unfortunate events in races where we'd crash out or broke track rods or had unfortunate events that would happen, so we didn't translate those wins in qualifying and the points from qualifying into points from race wins until the final race of last season, which saw us drawing with Rosberg. So this is Christina, and as I mentioned before, the legacy trips. So this is earlier in the year in Saudi. In Saudi, what we did in Neom, I don't know if you've heard of Neom, it's a city that they're creating and wanting to create. They're planting all sorts of plants and introducing wildlife that used to be in the area in the past back into that area. And it's going to be completely sustainable on its own. That is the plan. So we were a part of that initiative, and we planted some of the first sets of trees out in Neom and also rehoused some lizards whilst we were out there. So the drivers really engaged with these legacy projects, and we showcase these through Extreme E and on our channels to help show the world the sorts of programs that are happening out there. I have a little bit of advice for everyone. This is really not enough, but essentially what I would say is, just follow your heart, follow your dreams. And if you feel like you're not in the right place in your heart, then you're not in the right place. And that's okay. It's okay to change. It's okay to change careers at any age. It doesn't matter. Age is just a number. And be confident in yourself. Know about what you can bring to the table. Just know your abilities, and when you're doing any form of application process, just focus on yourself and your journey. When you start focusing on everyone else, it becomes a problem. And that's part of what I was doing when I applied for a Trackside fluid engineer. 7,000 people applied for that role, and there was only one position. But I kept thinking about everyone else until my dad said to me, if you keep doing that, you're never going to get it, because you're not going to put forward what Stephanie Travers has. You're thinking about what everyone else has that you might not have. So just focus on your own journey in life and do what makes you happy. You spend so much of your life working. It's so important doing that in a role that you absolutely like, and just keep learning. Every single day I learn something new, and I don't think that will ever stop. And I hope to continue expanding my knowledge, as I mentioned before, and coming back to do an MBA here, and just connect. Events like this are great. Speak to people. Get their contact details. It's really important to connect. You never know where someone that's a graduate with you will end up in life, how you can help them, how they can help you. It's a two-way street. You have to stay connected and connect at every opportunity that's given to you. Attend events like this. They're really great to put yourself out there, meet with different organizations and see where you could potentially end up. And just do your research. Understand the landscape, understand what you would like to do. Most important thing that has helped me is having a mentor. I have one mentor for my placement year, John Ward, and many in motorsport. It's so important to touch base with someone and help, and just let them help you. Ask them questions about anything. No question is a silly question, and that goes in the workplace as well. Just ensure that you set yourself up for the future and are so prepared for any stage. AFBE, I don't know if you've heard of them, Association for Black, Minority and Ethnic Engineers, have such a great mentorship program. So if you don't have a mentor already, or you're looking for mentors from industry, I'd recommend you looking them up and having a look at some of the work that they do. And I'm sure even Imperial probably have a mentorship program and can put you in touch with people in industry. I'm on LinkedIn. You can reach out to me on LinkedIn. That's another way of people doing it. I've done it myself. I've reached out to people on LinkedIn that I would like to learn something about their career, how they got into that place. And it really does work. People do respond to you. So yeah, just keep up the good work. Good luck with all your exams if you're still in the midst of them, and wishing you all the best for your futures. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Stephanie. That was so amazing. I feel really inspired. I'm sure everybody else feels really inspired. So we have a few minutes for some questions. So let's get a mic to you. This one?
Thank you. How did you get ready for the psychometric test? How do you prepare for your interview? I know you really planned for the work because you had interest in it and you aimed to work there, so you were prepared. But how do you go through your preparation? How do you train yourself for it? Everything. Like, I want to know how you prepare for all those stages.
Sure. It's really important to practice those psychometric tests. So there's lots of resources out there. I'm sure the Imperial Careers advisors will have lots of links for you to go and practice the various types, or just a simple Google search. That's how I prepared for the psychometric tests. When they informed me I was doing a case study, I did a Google search, and there's loads of resources from different organizations on how to present yourself and how to present in a case study environment. So I practiced some from business. A lot of the business schools have those resources more so than engineering. So I utilized those, and they really helped me in structuring myself for that case study interview. In terms of preparation for the interview side, I would recommend using the STAR technique in interviews. If you don't know about it, I'd definitely research it and utilize it in all your answers, as it gives you a structured approach to whatever that employer may be wanting to ask you. And when you go into interviews, generally I will read up about the organization that I'm going to interview for, ensure that I know about them. What are they trying to do in terms of sustainability? Sustainability is key at this point in time, and you tend to get a lot of questions in that regard. But just be prepared in that regard, and then write down a few answers for situations. So tell me about a time where you've worked in a team and one team member didn't pull their weight. That question always comes up. But there's always situational questions that you can prepare yourself for. And when you are under pressure in an interview, it's very hard to think of scenarios that you can apply to those things. So make a list of different situations. There's loads of questions out on Google that you can say, okay, I'll use my Imperial group project to apply to teamwork. Communication skills, I've worked in a call center, or whatever you may have done that would have improved your communication skills. Put the different situations that you've utilized your skills so that they're fresh in your mind, and when you get into an interview and you're under pressure, you have already got that embedded in the back of your mind, and it will come easier to you. Obviously, you may still be nervous, but you have to prepare yourself in advance for that.
Do you have any more questions?
Yeah, I just want to thank you very much for the talk already. That was amazing, very inspiring story. My question for you is just, it's not anything career related. I was just wondering, what's the most powerful life lesson you've learned from one of your parents?
Oh, that is so hard. Brilliant. Powerful life lessons. One thing my dad and mum have always said is knowledge is power. But if you don't know how to utilize the knowledge you have, it can be worthless. So just focusing on your education and using it as a tool to help you progress is probably the most important life lesson. And I think my parents have just been there for all of my siblings the whole way through, and were willing to give up everything. My dad had his own engineering business in Zimbabwe. He closed that to give us a better life. So I think for me, that helped me understand the importance of education, and it's part of who I am today, and I know that when I have kids in the future, I hope to do the same thing for them, and will sacrifice in any way.
We'll come back to you.
Hi, thank you so much again. I'm a huge F1 fan, so this was amazing to see.
Brilliant.
Yeah. So you said you wanted to become a team principal going forward, so you've already done some absolutely amazing things. What would you say is next for you?
Okay, that's a good question. What is next for me? So in the role as a Trackside fluid engineer, I was doing a lot of media interviews, and that's where Lewis noticed that I wanted to do an MBA. So one day, he kind of approached me and said, I have noticed that you've been mentioning in interviews that you would like to go back and study. What is it that you want to study? So I explained it to him. He asked me why. I told him why, on the spot. I'd never actually thought of the full-blown answer before that point, but managed to say something to him. And he just turned around and said to me that he was going to help me. And that's how I ended up under the Project 44 umbrella. So at this point in time, it's all about him being a key figure in my life and helping me acquire the skills that are needed to become a team principal and guiding me along the way. Obviously, being in motorsport, you become very connected. So, for instance, Susie Wolf and Toto Wolff are key contacts of mine that they've both been in that sphere themselves. But right now, my main focus is just embracing the role as a sporting director, as that's one step to a team principal. You're managing the team, managing the drivers, and having those engagements, and then just learning a lot on the commercial side, partnership agreements for X44 and all of that, to really like gain those skills and put me in a good stead to be able to come a team principal in the future. So I'm hoping the next step is team principal, but who's to say? I'm sure there is a plan out there, but I just don't know what it is, and I just take each moment as it comes.
Move on to the next session, but let's give a massive round of applause to Stephanie.
Thank you.
And now we're going to take a short break, so we'll be back for the next session at 11 p.m. Sorry, that's 11 p.m. 11 a.m. So please note that this isn't a coffee or a tea break, so feel free to just freshen up, make some connections, go use the bathroom, and we'll be back at 11. Thank you.
you later. Just come. Right, you guys hold
that. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Whoa. Keeps you on your toes. Is everyone having a nice time, a good time? Yeah, okay, I got a thumbs up over there. That's great. We're going to be heading into our first workshop of the day, where we're going to be looking at the benefits of studying a postgraduate career. A postgraduate degree. And this will be led by Dr. Wayne Mitchell and Dr. Mark Richards, who will be leading this panel. So can we give them a round of applause?
Okay, I think everyone can hear me, so we're all mic'd up. Thank you for that. Thank you, hosts. As I said, I'm Dr. Mark Richards. I'm actually a physicist, again, you know, so I get to the fundamental things. In fact, I started off as an undergraduate chemist, and then I started to ask why too many times. And you know, when you do that, you end up in physics. It's just how it is. Try it. You only have to go 3 or 4 levels down, and you're in physics. Essentially, I've spent time in industry and also in academia. So I've got an understanding of the value of a PhD to me, at least, because when I graduated with my chemistry degree, I thought that was it. I'm done with studying. I don't want to anything more to do with studying. It's time to make the big monies and buy my mum that big house I always dreamt of buying her. Of course, it didn't quite work out like that. But what I did realize in industry is that I got a bit frustrated after a year or two, thinking it's kind of a bit slow, this career ladder. And so I thought, well, if I was in university after 3 or 4 years, I'd have a PhD. And when I looked around in the workplace and in industry generally, I'd look at the types of jobs what people were doing and think, which type of job would I like to do? And one particular job that I really thought this was really interesting was a product specialist, that dealt with supporting really technical equipment. And they all had PhDs.
That's so good.
And so that's why,
Right.
I think there's some background noise, and that's why I decided to do a PhD, effectively to make me more marketable in industry. And I ended up doing a PhD at Imperial, and fast forward many moons later, I'm still here, doing lots of things, and I've done lots of different roles along the way, but I can definitely see the benefits of a PhD. And then the other thing is as well, it enhances some of my creative pursuits, and I won't spend too long, apart from to say that one of the things I do as a I won't say side hustle, that's the wrong phrase. But anyway, I'm a part-time DJ known as DJ Chemist, okay? And I like remixing. You know remixing? When you take, you know what a remix is, right? You take elements of one track, elements of another, fuse them together, and create something that sounds different, interesting, and cool, and all that sort of thing. But when you actually break it down, what you're doing is combining wave files, audio wave files, and they have to combine in a certain way. And you might have to filter certain instruments and all that sort of thing and mix it down. But if you know a little bit about waves, and of course waves underpins most of fundamental science, you can really start to push the genres of what I fuse together. Obviously, in the interest of time, we definitely don't have time to show you. But please check out DJ Chemist with a K on SoundCloud, and you'll get an idea.
I think that's
I'll hand it over to Wayne.
Self-advertising, right?
Why not? Right? Why not?
But
why not?
But it's something which Stephanie said. It's about making connections, and so what Mark was just doing there was just opening up a whole new strand of connections which he would like to make. So well done. What we're going to do now, though, is I'm going to just introduce myself. I'm Wayne Mitchell. I'm a senior teaching fellow here at Imperial College. I think that's all you need to know about me right now, right? Because the people who you really want to know about are the ones who are sat here in front of us. We've all got our different academic journeys, and what I want us to do, or what we want to do, is to explore their journeys. One, because they're much closer to your age group than I am, and also they will have had experiences which I haven't had. And some of you guys are likely to have more experiences similar to them, so we want to understand their thought processes, why it is that they've decided to embark on postgraduate degrees or studies. So I'm going to ask them to just introduce themselves. They're going to give like 2 or 3 minutes just explaining their journeys. And then, guys, what was one of the things that Stephanie said about questions? Come on, she was only up here 10 minutes ago. She said, right. She said that you must always be prepared for the different types of questions. Have a crib sheet to know but what we want you guys to do now is ask them questions after we've finished or as they've introduced themselves. So get your questions, listen to what they've said, and then think about what questions it is that you might want to know, and they are here to help you, okay? So, Esther.
Okay, first of all, I'd like to say thank you for everyone for coming. My name is Esther Bankole. I'm a second-year PhD student within the cardiorespiratory interface section in the National Heart and Lung Institute here at Imperial. So really, to kind of talk about my postgraduate research journey, I have to start at undergraduate. So I did a undergraduate degree in biomedical science, and that was at Royal Holloway, University of London. And do you know what, that degree was really useful because, I mean, the first year was kind of just learning the fundamentals of health and disease, and then in the second year, you kind of get to pick which modules you like and which ones you're enjoying. So I think in the second year, I really enjoyed 2 modules in particular. So one was cellular and molecular immunology, and the other one was microbiology. And so that kind of led me onto my master's, but also I had a 3-month project, and that kind of was my first taster of research. I really enjoyed it. I had a really good project supervisor, and that kind of made me think, I want to kind of learn a bit more, but I also wanted to have the taught element. So I did an MSc in molecular biology and pathology of viruses, and that was at Imperial College. This was really good. I mean, I learned about a range of viruses, and I also kind of, my interest in like host signaling kind of started here. I mean, because like my PhD project is a bit to do with signaling, so I'll go on to that after. But also I did a 6-month project, and that kind of made me want to learn a bit more about research. So at this point, I kind of did apply for some PhDs, and I was looking into that sort of thing, but I realized I didn't have as much research experience as I wanted to. And I guess this is kind of different for different people. Some people may have done some internships and stuff like that, but at the time, I just kind of wasn't sure what to do. So I went on to actually do another master's. So I did a master's in research, and that was also here at Imperial College, and that was on the biomedical research course. So that had 2 project rotations. And for me, I think that was really good because I got to see 2 different styles of like lab work. One of the projects was actually an external project at King's, so that was also good for like the networking aspect. And I think that in my whole research kind of journey, networking has been one of the most important things. So after this point, I feel like I kind of dipped my toe into quite a lot of different things, even in terms of the actual project topics. And so like while I was doing this at MRes and like in the few months after, I was applying for PhDs, and I secured the PhD that I'm doing now within 4 months of finishing the MRes, so that was quite good. So my PhD project is focusing on lung repair and regeneration in short, and I'm specifically looking at the molecular and cellular mechanisms that underpin lung repair and regeneration post-injury at the alveoli, the site of gaseous exchange. So what I'm looking at is different kind of signaling pathways that would be involved in lung development and seeing whether they're reactivated in lung repair post-injury. So, I mean, I guess I can go into that a bit more later, but yeah, thank you.
Hi, yeah, so my name is Matthew Itanyi. I'm a final year PhD student in the Department of Materials here at Imperial. So I guess my journey into postgraduate study started here in the physics department. So I did my undergraduate degree as an MSci in physics, graduated in 2015. But I think throughout the course, what I really enjoyed doing was computer programming and simulation of physics. So I was introduced to programming in C++ during the undergraduate course, and in my final year of my MSci, I picked a project with a large programming component, and the project also incorporated one of the modules which I'd really enjoyed, which was plasma physics at the time. So my MSci project was writing a code to calculate the spectrum of radiation produced by a type of novel particle accelerator which involved plasma instead of the large kind of accelerating rings which you might see, one of which is in CERN, for example, so the LHC. So I really enjoyed that. And after I graduated my undergraduate degree, I wanted a job which involved, a lot of programming, because that's what I enjoyed during my undergraduate time. And so I started a job at a video game studio. So I was the physics engineer for a simulating game. So it was a fishing simulator. And so that involves a lot of classical physics. So like how different elements of the rod and the fish, or how they float and interact with nature in general. And so that was like an interesting way of seeing how to use physics and programming in like a creative way, because the object of like the goal of like of game development is to make a believable and fun experience rather than one which is like by the book, like perfectly representative of reality. And you also want something which is efficient to run on like a games console. So that was like a different experience of programming as well as physics. But one thing which I experienced during the job was that necessarily it's quite fast-paced, and so you'll implement a feature and you might not have as much time to get it as implement it as perfectly as you'd like. So what I wanted, I think, was the opportunity to work on a project which I would have my control over, like I did in my job when I was implementing different physics features, but a project where I would have as much time as necessary to kind of understand it deeply and implement it as well as I could. So that's what brought me to a PhD at Imperial again. So I joined the Center for Doctoral Training in the Theory and Simulation of Materials, which is a CDT which crosses physics, chemistry, mechanical engineering, maths, much like the field of material science itself. So that CDT involved, the first year had a master's element, and so that had some taught modules and also a project at the end, which kind of led me on to the PhD, which was a continuation of the master's project. And so yeah, we can go into more depth a bit later, but my project is simulating a phenomenon called ferroelectricity, which is what happens when you have a material which has a spontaneous electric dipole. So it's a bit like ferromagnetism, where a material has a spontaneous magnetic dipole, but there's this other class of materials which has a spontaneous electric dipole. So I'm simulating the atomic interactions which generate that behavior. So that's my story.
Hello, my name is Shanice Lewis. I am currently a research assistant at the Hammersmith campus for Imperial. So my postgraduate journey is still continuing in a way. So for my undergraduate degree, I studied at the University of Lincoln, and I did a degree in biomedical science. Now, for anyone that has done biomedical science, there is a lot of modules in there that you don't really care for. For example, bioveterinary science. I did not want to be a vet, so anyway. But the aspects that I did enjoy about the degree was mostly to do with all the research elements. I really liked it, but I wouldn't say I loved it yet. For my dissertation, I did type 2 diabetes and cardiovascular disease. And I got the opportunity to not only screen for study participants, but also got to teach a small cohort about modifiable risk factors for type 2 diabetes, which was really great. So after finished that in my third year, my university was offering scholarships for masters. And at the time, I was just like, well, why not? They're giving us scholarships, so I might as well do it. I also want to continue my independent research and really get to know whether this is something that I want. So I did my master's in biotechnology, and again, I did another diabetes research project. I did type 1 diabetes this time. I was looking at the autoantibodies in patients that were newly diagnosed with the disease. So they were aged between 12 to 45, I believe. So during that degree, I got to really do modules that I was actually interested in, especially sort of the research elements and molecular biology. And I learned a lot of molecular biology techniques that I may have done in my undergrad, but not as much, and more independent. So I got to really hone in my skills. So after my master's, I wanted to do a PhD, but I wasn't too sure because I just did a very intense undergraduate degree and then did a master's straight away. And I was just like, maybe I should apply, but at the time, I don't think I was that serious about it. So I decided to start working. So I applied to a lot of research assistant roles, and I ended up becoming a clinical research assistant for a private clinical trial unit. To be honest, it wasn't the job that I thought it would be. It was very administrative, and I already knew from when I was young doing work experience, a purely administrative job just wasn't for me. So I ended up getting the research assistant role that I have now at Imperial, which is a nice balance between administration, contact with patients, and laboratory work, which is really great. And I've got to see patients' journeys along the way with lupus and renal transplantation. So last December, I decided to start applying for PhDs, because one thing you need to know about doing research, sort of in order to progress successfully in academia research, you need a PhD. So I started looking for a PhD, and I will be starting my PhD in October, and I'll be looking at characterizing autoantibodies in type 1 diabetes patients, but I'll be looking at ethnic minorities and Caucasian patients. And that's my story.
Hi, everyone. Thank you very much to the organizers, I guess, to begin with. I really think these sort of initiatives are important to have, and I've been at Imperial for a while, and this is my first time attending this sort of event, so thank you very much for organizing it. So like I said, I did my undergrad here in the Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering. So I graduated a couple of years ago, and during my final year, I sort of got exposed to the world of machine learning and artificial intelligence through my final year project. And I looked at basically trying to optimize freight allocation at ports, and it really sort of piqued my interest in that space. When I finished my undergrad, I sort of took the path of least resistance and got a real job. So I worked for an engineering consultancy called Atkins for about a year in the transport section. And during that time, I sort of, I got exposed to like the complexity of the built environment and trying to understand, the vast amount of infrastructure that we have developed today and all the data that gets generated from it. And you'd be surprised as to how inefficient everything is. So I really started asking more and more questions, but I wasn't getting the answers that I was expecting at my job. And at that time, I'd built a really good relationship with some faculty members in the department who are now my current supervisors. And they mentioned that there was a PhD position open in the Transport Systems Lab at Imperial, which is in the next building over in Skempton building. And they asked if I'd be interested in taking part. So, of course, I jumped at the opportunity because I think it was in an area that I was really interested in. So at the moment, I'm researching autonomous vehicles control. And I look at basically intersection management and junction management for self-driving cars and trying to teach or train vehicles using artificial intelligence, reinforcement learning in particular, on how to safely navigate an intersection based on various performance indicators. So looking at things like delay, throughput, also other emissions-related variables. And I'm in my second year now, so the journey so far, it's not been without its challenges, but it's also been really rewarding. I think outside of the technical side, of course, you get to build a ton of technical skills and expertise in areas that you wouldn't necessarily get the opportunity to do so in industry, because you choose to work on what you're interested in, right? And that's a huge plus. But outside of that, also, you end up undertaking a lot of leadership and responsibility, through the experience. So, for example, you're expected to supervise and support MSc students and other undergrads as they're going through their final year projects, and having that sort of playing that role of that leadership role and guiding the younger students, I think is really beneficial and something that takes a while sort of to get used to, but it's definitely worthwhile. And yeah, I'm in my second year now, like I said, a couple of years to go, and that's my postgraduate journey.
Great. Hi, everyone. My name is Crystal. I'm just going to go really quickly through what I've done because, in contrast to what Wayne suggested, we are not all the same age. I've been at this for a little bit of time, and I've realized that the more information you give people, because everyone in here has had very different experiences, maybe one part of what I'm going to say is going to resonate with you, and then you can speak with me about it afterwards or contact me later. From Canada, I did my undergraduate degree, it was pre-medicine, so over in North America, if you want to become a medical doctor, that's actually a graduate degree, you do it after your undergrad. So I went into my undergrad expecting that I would then go on to medical school. Because of that, I also joined the Canadian military because they would pay for you to go to medical school. So I joined the military, and I was a medic in the military during my undergraduate degree. In the second year of my undergraduate degree, I decided I did not like being in close proximity with sick people. So I stopped that, and I just switched to biochemistry, zoology, and philosophy is what I did for my undergrad. When my undergraduate degree was finished, I had absolutely no plans. I had a fantastic professor that said, so what are you going to do, when the school year ends? And I said, I don't know. And she said, oh, that sounds great, right? And she was making fun of me. So I very quickly decided to sort myself out, and I started a master's degree. During my master's degree, I was invited to go to Guatemala, where I lived for 3 months in the rainforest collecting insects because my degree was kind of tangential to invertebrate studies. And from that point, I went on to do my PhD again because one of the things that maybe some of you have discovered already or will discover is that academia and research can kind of just be it's just progression. When you're doing it, then you do it, because the opportunities that become available to you are within the sphere that you exist in, right? And that's a good thing to keep in mind, which is that if you never look outside of the room that you're in, you're unlikely to see other opportunities. So all of these things that I did when I went to Guatemala, I also went to Panama to do research, kind of allowed me to find other opportunities outside of academia. During my PhD, it was fantastic. I spent some of it in Germany studying. I spent some of it in Western Australia, and I spent some of it in Eastern Australia. I then came over to the UK, where I finished my PhD in a lab at the University of Oxford. I went to that lab because my plan was to start a postdoc within that lab. However, I did not like the research. So once again, I was in this state where I had really no plan, and it was really disappointing because I'd moved all the way to the UK. You know, I was at Oxford, right? Who doesn't want to be at Oxford? And now I hated the lab, not the people, the research. So I decided I'd do consulting because management consultants love people with PhDs. So I went through all of that, McKinsey and Bain and BCG, for any of you that know what I'm talking about here. Somebody's shaking their head, you know exactly what I'm talking about. I did this McKinsey training summer school. And then when I started doing the consulting interviews, I didn't like it. And I also thought they were kind of lying. So one of the things they'll tell you is, this is an opportunity to do research that actually moves, right? Because in your lab, it's super slow, but we do things quickly. And I thought, well, one, because you're not actually doing research. Two, because you don't actually care about the people you're working with. So I decided, I don't want to be a consultant, I want to be a school teacher. Got offered a job to be a biology teacher at some school in Stratford. I'm still living in Oxford, by the way. So I come out to London, go over to Stratford. They tell me they're going to give me £23,000 a year. But they also want me to rewrite part of their curriculum based on my background. And I said, well, that sounds like you need to give me $45,000 a year. And then I found a lab at Imperial. So I've been here doing a postdoc. I love it. It's really, really enjoyable. I'll stop talking, but I'm happy to answer questions going forward.
Excellent. Well, as you can see, we've got a wonderful selection and very varied and talented panelists, which is why I now understand why Wayne wanted me to not talk as much. So now it's over to you. It's over to you, really, and it's about questions from the audience. We want to hear from you. You've heard from the panelists. Any questions at all about anything you've heard so far? Okay, yep.
If you just wait for the mic to come down to you.
Okay, the mic's on its way. Sorry, you walk. Okay. This person, then we'll take you second. Yep.
Sir, I think it's Falbeat.
Yeah, indeed.
So what's your outlook on when we will see autonomous cars on the road? When do you think that will happen?
Right. So just to repeat that question, yeah. When do you think that we're going to see the first electronic or autonomous vehicle on the roads?
That's a question I get a lot. So on the weekend, we actually had the Imperial Festival where we had a stand, and about like 10 people asked me the same question. So I think it's a tricky one to answer, right? Because technologically, like, I don't think we're quite there yet. For I think 2 or 3 reasons. So I think first of all, the idea that most autonomous vehicles are trained in like what are known as like operational design domains. So if you're in California, for example, somewhere over there where they have like the Google Waymo cars that you can use, they're trained on data that's been collected mostly in those areas. The software is developed based on that data, and deploying it to a different area is not necessarily easily transferable. So that generalization of the technology doesn't quite exist just yet. So we have specific operational design domains where where the vehicles will actually function. And I mean, that's not to say that there aren't autonomous vehicles on the road today. They are, just in very particular environments. And the second thing that I would say to that is also the cost of the sensors. So to use the Google example, for them to be able, for their vehicles to be able to work in those ODDs, they needed to build extremely high definition maps of their environment. And to do that, they needed, for example, a LiDAR that costs over $100,000. And that's not feasible or realistic to have on most vehicles. So until the cost of the sensors come down, it's going to be a while.
Okay, thank you. So we've got a next question. So we're just speaking of technical issues, we're just swapping the mic, so hopefully you'll be able to hear.
I don't think you mentioned it, but
So I think the question you were saying, did he do a
placement?
Yeah.
I don't know if you did it. I was just curious.
Yeah, and what was the benefits if he did? Right.
I didn't do a placement as part of my degree, but I did do an internship, I think in the summer after my second or third year, in a company called, well, a division of British Aerospace's artificial intelligence, applied intelligence division. And so their main product is to, it's a program which helps detect cyber fraud, so like, banking fraud and online fraud. And in a way it did help me understand like what I wanted to do, because I didn't really enjoy that particular job that much. I think it wasn't as technical as what I thought it was going to be and what I wanted to do in my future career. So it gave me some direction, but in a kind of indirect way.
Yeah, I think that's an important point, probably just to mention that, you know, when you're an undergraduate, I suppose often you've got a lot of time, you know, let's say time off during the summer, and it can be tempting to just think, oh, I'll relax for 3 months. But a lot of those who go to, let's say, some of the top universities, they will make sure that they make use of that time during the summer, ideally by either getting internships, maybe in a lab, or in industry, or in finance. So that's part of, so it's maybe not a year out as a placement, but internships are something that you should definitely sort of pursue whilst you're doing your degree, because it can really help to inform you one way or another. Okay.
I think that's a very good point, because it also helps you to build your CV.
Yep.
Build your CV, it's another key point. I think there's another question. Just here, this young lady here.
Sorry, I didn't get your name in the middle.
Shanice.
You spoke about how your role as a clinical research assistant was quite administrative, but as a research assistant at Imperial, you had lab-based work, work with patients, and also a bit of admin. So what did you do in the lab, and how did you interact with patients and work with them?
So in terms of what I do with the patients, I'm responsible for recruiting and screening the patients. And to be honest, I've met some truly inspirational people that way. So, for example, I've met patients that have newly been diagnosed with lupus, and which can be very traumatizing for them. And I've been there while they've been receiving B-cell treatment, such as rituximab. And I've sort of been there for like the first year, because I need to collect samples before the rituximab and after to see how it's affecting their lupus. And it just really put what I'm doing in perspective. Because yes, I love research, but why am I doing it? And to be able to see how my research, even if it's very small, is affecting the patients is very important to me. In terms of the lab work I do, so for the renal patients, I look at their DSAs, so I look at if their transplants are working and if they are developing non-specific autoantibodies. And so for that, they might change their medication, or if it's happening too much, they might be given a new, I don't know what's going on. Yeah.
One, two.
Okay. Yeah, hold it up there. Yeah, it's my natural magnetism has managed to settle it down.
So yeah. Is it my watch? Yeah, it's your watch. Oh, okay.
Do we have any other questions? One at the back there, yeah.
You seem to have sort of throughout your career navigated
in and out of academia, and I was wondering if you faced any challenges with that, because doing a PhD myself, I was always told that you should choose very conscientiously the time at which you decide that you want to stay in academia or go on to the industry, and you seem to have completely transcended that advice I received, so I'm wondering how you feel about that.
Yes, so I guess the first thing I should say is I never really left. So I've never left. Guatemala, for example, I was able to go there because I finished, I wrote and submitted my master's thesis about 5 months before I had to have my viva. And so I left and went to Guatemala. All of the time that I spent in Germany and Australia, I was either taking courses or doing research. I was in the military at the same time that I was doing my undergrad, so I've never properly left. The closest to leaving was when I was leaving Oxford, which is when I was trying to get into consulting and teaching. And I guess what I would say worked. So the first thing was it was really quite striking to realize how little, and I don't know if anybody would disagree with me, how little industry valued a PhD in the sense that people really felt like, well, sure you have a PhD, but this person has been working here for 7 years while you were off doing whatever you were doing, right? And so that was one of the things that kind of brought me. I have rings. Sorry. Okay. So that was one of the things. But I would, if I'm honest with you, and it's not the nicest answer because I think there's a lot of pressure on graduate students. I published a tremendous number of papers in both of my degrees, and I think that has afforded me time. Because it looks like if I'm being productive when I was just extremely productive over a short period of time, if that makes sense. So I had the option, to spend a year doing consulting and teaching because I had, I think maybe four publications out of my PhD, for example, wow. Right? And so that helped a lot.
Fantastic.
Absolutely. Okay.
I think we're almost out of time for our session.
Are we completely out of time?
Not completely, but almost.
Well, there's just one quick question which I wanted to sort of summarize, but you'd obviously have to be succinct with your answers, and I wanted to just put that to the panel because just to round it up really, but the title of this session was, is postgraduate research or study worth it? And so what I'd want you to answer is either yes or no and give a short reason why. Simple as that. Just a short reason why at this stage in your career. So is postgraduate study worth it? Yes or no, I'm not telling you to say either way, and give your reason why at this stage, just to give people a flavour of what they're feeling at the time. But we'll probably go in reverse order just to, switch it up a bit. That's right.
I'm not a physicist, Mark. So I would say it is worth it if you are so inclined. I would not encourage anyone to do a postgraduate degree if you did not want to, but if you even have the slightest intention to, to speak quite explicitly as to this conference, which is particularly to encourage and support Black researchers and Black students, it makes it quite a bit more difficult, not impossible, but quite a bit more difficult for you to encounter some of the structural and social discriminatory practices and ideas that people have. The more letters you have after your name is the reality, right? And so it doesn't mean that you're gonna excel, it doesn't mean you're gonna be a professor at Imperial, it doesn't mean much, but it means that if you're just chopping up a CV to throw it into, I don't know, I was gonna say, I thought I saw a bank here earlier, so I'll try to use an HSBC. It's gonna matter that you have some letters after your name, and so that alone, I would say, is a reason to do it if you're even slightly considering it.
Succinct if we can.
Sure, yeah, I'll keep it brief. So I think it's a good question because a PhD is not easy. It's really challenging, and it's a lot of the work is done in isolation. So you really have to have a very strong why behind, why you're going to do it. And for me, I definitely think it's worth it. And the reason for that is that you get the flexibility and freedom to be able to research and learn about things that you're passionate about and things that you're interested in, as opposed to just, being told what to do. And that's like a huge benefit because you get to explore your passion and build, significant expertise in that area.
So I would say yes, it is worth it because, like I said, I'm a research assistant and I want to stay in research and ideally become a PI. So I would say it's very beneficial for the techniques and skills and also for your just personal development. So maybe, I don't know, you might not have a lot of confidence doing your PhD. When you're doing public speaking and presentations and networking will help develop that further.
Yeah, I think it is worth it. As long as, I think if you're the type of person who finds the process of struggling towards the answer to a problem in some way rewarding or fulfilling, then I think you'd really enjoy like the postgraduate or like the PhD life. And I think your enjoyment of it is like proportional to how much you allow yourself to kind of, just enjoy the struggle in a way.
I would say yes, depending on what you want to do. So if you are interested in research, then I would say that it is the way to go. And not just in research, actually. I mean, I think it opens up the job prospects. And I kind of resonate with what Crystal said and what kind of everyone else said. And also just for your development in a sense, because you kind of learn a lot that will build your character. I think it is a character building experience for resilience and even just like learning how to problem solve. And this is transferable, like even if you decide like during the PhD that the rest isn't for you. It will be something that you've learned and it's built you up. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Just before our session ends, I want to just thank everyone for all of those really brilliant questions. Our panelists, most of them are going to be here for most of the day. So if you want to talk to them afterwards, then please feel, I'm saying it on their behalf, but let me ask them, is it okay for...
No, please do, yeah.
See, I told you, I knew that, right? So please go and speak to them because there may be nuances which you want to know about, which we can't really explore here, but you'll be able to explore during the lunchtime and the networking sessions. Okay, so please do that. There's just one other thing which I wanted to announce. There are a group of scholars from across the pond. If you wouldn't mind standing for us, yeah? All right. These guys have come all the way from Texas, right? Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
Right? They're over there as well, right? They've come all the way over, and what they want to do is understand, they may well want to interview you, okay? Richard, did you want to just come down very quickly and just, yeah?
Excellent. So we've gone international.
Yes, thank you, Wayne. And first of all, thank you all. You were amazing panel. Really enjoyed all of this. Yeah, give them a hand, please do. I just really want to thank everybody who's organized this because we stumbled upon this sort of by accident and just happened to be on a Zoom with Wayne, and we were explaining we are interested in BAME student experiences in the UK context. We're interested in the Black Lives Matter global impact. And so our students, and once again, y'all wave so everybody can see who you are, don't be surprised if they come up to you and say, hey, we want to talk to you about your experiences, particularly those of you who are currently students, because that's going to be really important to understand. We will be back in the UK, I think, in January, but our plan is to do something that talks about the US experience, racial equity and inclusion issues for what we call BIPOC, but BAME students in the context. So your input and your perspectives are really important. I just feel very energized being in the space with you all, so I hope that if you have questions also just about studying in the US, many of us can give advice about that or thoughts about that, even though you've got brilliant role models here, but if you want to go over the other place, I don't know if you want to do that or not, but that's a possibility. But thanks once again, and this is a really great opportunity for us to be here, so thank you, Wayne.
Thank you.
Great. Okay. I think Rebecca,
I'm going to hand back over to our hosts. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Thank you to our panelists and to our workshop hosts. Can we give them another round of applause because we're really grateful. We are going to head off on a quick break until 12:05, and then we will go to our next workshop on entrepreneurship. So, like last time, go to the loo, freshen up, talk to some people, and I will see you. Pardon?
Or you can just stay here and chat.
Or stay here and chat.
Whichever.
It's up to you. See you in 10 minutes.
Our final session for the afternoon, or rather, since we've already passed 12. I was going to say morning, but you know. We're about to have a final session for the morning, and it's going to be a short presentation from Imperial's Enterprise Lab, which is something that's really close to my heart, having studied entrepreneurship. So we're going to hear from two amazing entrepreneurs, and I'd like to introduce to all of you Leah Olima from the Enterprise Lab, who will be hosting this session. So let's give a round of applause for Leah and for our two entrepreneurs.
Good afternoon, everybody. Yes, I'm Leah Olima. Lovely to meet you. I am the program manager for our series called Imperial B, which is our entrepreneurship leadership series for our students of Black and mixed Black heritage. So this series has been happening over spring and summer term, and we have been looking into what it means to be an entrepreneur, how you get involved with entrepreneurship, even if you have chosen an academic route. So before I go on, I don't want to go too deeply into that, we can talk about that later. I would like to give you a wider overview of the Enterprise Lab and everything that we have available to the students that come to study at Imperial. And to do that, I'm going to hand over to the Director of Entrepreneurship, Mr. Ben Mumby Crawford.
Thanks, Leah. Hey everyone, it's absolutely great to be here. So there's a train strike on, but look at the turnout. It's incredible, absolutely amazing. So I've got, I think, 10 to 15 minutes. I'm going to talk a little bit more about Enterprise Lab and the work that we do at Imperial College London. Obviously, I'm paid to say this, but I do genuinely believe that Imperial is the best university to be a student entrepreneur. And hopefully over the next 10 minutes, I'm going to show you why. So the entrance to the lab, you have this kind of quote. I wish I'd come up with this quote. I didn't. The previous director of the Enterprise Lab came up with this, for which I'm eternally jealous. But great minds don't think alike. And that gets to the kind of crux of what it takes to be a successful entrepreneur, right? It takes creativity and imagination and diversity. It takes people thinking differently and having different perspectives. That's how we deliver positive change. That's how we come up with really interesting new ideas. So we were launched in 2016. We are like a dedicated support service for student entrepreneurs. So we're like the commercialization office, but for students. And we help students to develop entrepreneurial skills and ultimately launch new ventures. And over the last sort of 5 or 6 years, we've developed what we kind of call some core operating principles that just kind of, I guess, elaborate exactly how we work. So we're extracurricular. So we help over 2,000 students every year, and they don't come to us because they have to. They're not being forced to come to the Enterprise Lab. You're not coming to the Enterprise Lab because you need to pass your course. You're coming because you're passionate about an idea. So we work primarily with students that have got ideas, and we help them to work on those ideas to learn entrepreneurial skills that way. We're hypothesis driven, so we're a STEM institution, right? So we strongly believe in the experimental method. And if you've got a like cool new business idea, what are the assumptions you're making, and how can you create a falsifiable hypothesis that allows you to test whether or not it's worth you spending the next like 12 to 18 months of your life and loads of money trying to build something? Because there's nothing more annoying than doing all of that, building something, and then nobody actually wanting it. We believe strongly in practical skills. We try to make entrepreneurship as experiential as possible. We have loads of experts where we can provide sort of one-to-one coaching. And we believe in diversity in all forms. Yeah, so we strongly believe that anybody at Imperial should be able to see themselves when they come to the Enterprise Lab. So it is about making entrepreneurship as accessible as possible. We believe anyone can be entrepreneurial. And then finally, we're founder friendly. We don't take equity. So one of the first questions I get asked is, I've got an idea, but if I tell you, will you steal it? Or will the college try and take 50% of my idea? No, everything we do is completely free of charge. Our mission is to help as many students as possible to launch interesting new ideas. So I talked a little bit about, so this is very oversimplified. I'm kind of not looking at Sarah because she's going to be like, oh my God, that's too simple. But the scientific method, right? Yes, so, and this is from Richard Feynman gave this really cool lecture back in the 1950s, a really grainy YouTube video. He says, so what's science? How does science work? Well, basically you make a guess. And people don't like to think that science is about guesswork, but you make a guess. You then kind of construct a theory, you compute what would be the results of that guess, and then you measure your hypothesis against reality. So the experimental method, that's how science kind of works. It's how science evolves. And I think one of the big areas or the big developments in entrepreneurship education over the 10 years is we've adopted if not exactly the scientific method, then a process that's very similar or that approximates that. We talk a lot about lean startup, but basically when you have a business idea, you're basically making a guess about, here's an idea, here's who I think is going to buy it, this is what I think they're going to pay for it, this is why I think it's different. Yes, there's a whole bunch of assumptions embedded in any new idea. So what we do is we help students to compute all of the things that need to be true in order for this idea to be a successful business, and then help students to kind of design, talk to customers and design experiments to really test those assumptions against reality. Yeah, so the typical modus operandi of any entrepreneur is, I've got this cool idea, what I need next is £250,000 so I can hire a development team, build an app, keep everything crossed, and it's going to be super successful. And often, actually, that's the worst thing you can do is go for investment too soon. What you really need to do is get really close to customers and work out whether or not this super cool thing that you think is going to be awesome, that people are going to fall over themselves to buy, actually is a good idea in the first place. And that, in a nutshell, is the universal or the unified approach that we take across all of our programs. I'll briefly go through the kind of 4 ways in which you can kind of engage Enterprise Lab. Level 1, so I'm just interested in entrepreneurship. I saw a TV program or I watched this documentary. I just want to learn more about enterprise and entrepreneurship. So we have, over the pandemic, we had sort of monthly how-to talks where we get really interesting external speakers. These were online talks where we were getting over 250 people every session. Really practical stuff like, how do I build a medtech startup? How do I use creativity to be more successful in business? How do I build a prototype? So really kind of practical, not theoretical, very tangible, concrete skills. We also have, so my colleague Boss Day launched this, and it's absolutely fantastic. So the new Black and Found podcast series. So again, Boss Day's point was, well, this is great, but we've got to make what we teach relatable and accessible. So this is all about shining a light and hearing those voices. So we've got these amazing black and mixed black heritage founders. So it's really kind of bringing that diversity to the fore and focusing on those voices that aren't necessarily typically always part of the mainstream narrative. And this is Nate from Koala, an absolutely incredible entrepreneur. And Nate's innovations, if you go to Koala Prosthetics, his kind of creative inspiration was prosthetic limbs are really heavy and expensive, right? And you've got to go to the NHS, and guess what? You don't want to go to hospital at the moment because you might catch COVID. And even if you get an appointment at the hospital and you need to get a prosthetic limb, right? The technology was invented at the end of the Second World War, and it's really clunky, it's really uncomfortable, and it's going to cost you at least £10,000 for a super basic device. What if Nike designed prosthetic limbs? They would not do that. So Nate's created a completely new form factor, a prosthetic limb, but all based on that really interesting sort of insight of what if a really successful consumer brand company approached this problem? How would they do it? So that whole thing of great minds don't think alike. They come at existing problems from really interesting new angles. Global Challenge Lab, you can sign up to this. So this is something that we run every summer. We've got 15 university partners. It's based around tackling the UN Sustainable Development Goals. This year we're tackling climate action. So a 2-week virtual program where we will force students from different universities across the world to work in interdisciplinary, inter-institutional teams. Actually, we don't have to force them. We've already got 1,000 people signing up. We're not forcing you to work in a team. But it's an amazing experience. And I remember last year being a mentor. So you're mentoring a team, and you've got 2 co-founders from the University of Ghana. You've got a co-founder from the University of Toronto. You've got a co-founder from a university in Sao Paulo in Brazil. It's just an incredible sort of program where you're bringing these sort of diverse voices together to work on really interesting challenges. It's kind of half entrepreneurship program, half global citizenship program. Really interesting program, and you can find out all about this on our website. We kind of, and I know a number of you have already, I heard people coming up to Sarah and going, how do I get involved in this? Or I've got an idea for this, what do I do? We run idea surgeries every week. So you can book an idea surgery, and an idea surgery is where you're I've got an idea, I don't know if it's a good idea, if it's the best idea ever or the worst idea I've ever had, I just want to talk to somebody about it. So you can come and talk to us about your ideas, and we give you some early stage pointers about what you could do to kind of take it forward. We have Discovery Fund. We give away grants of between £250 and £500 twice a year. So the next cohort will be in October, November. And this is where it's a small amount of money to help you actually go and explore a business idea. So it might be, I'm going to spend £250 to get, well, not to get a train at the moment, but I'm going to get it on a train, I'm going to go to a conference. Because at this conference, there's loads of clinicians, they're exactly the kinds of clinicians that I'm trying to approach to kind of sell this new solution to. Or I'm going to spend £250 developing a really simple website landing page that I can test with people. Level 3, so these are our big, sort of big showy programs. So We Innovate, we had the final last night, it was absolutely amazing. So this is a program which is committed to supporting the next generation of women-led startups. So it's a 6-month program every year, amazing kind of cohort. So it's all women-led startups. So you absolutely have male members on the teams, but it's all about encouraging the next generation of women STEM entrepreneurs. Again, I think there's a link on our website. The quality at this year's final was absolutely insane. It was awesome. So an incredible program, and these programs are open to any student or recent alumni at Imperial College London. And then, so this is just a news story. So Melis, this is a pre-event. So Melis actually came second last night, and the winner was Sally, who's from Indonesia, who had an incredible sort of idea for aquaculture, automating aquaculture in the Southeast Asian market. We then have VCC, the big one, £90,000 prize fund, 5 tracks. And again, an incredible founding team, so Dot Plot. Some innovation design engineering students, and their whole idea was, okay, if I'm a woman and I've got to kind of self-examine to identify breast lumps or breast cancer, I'm not entirely sure, am I doing it correctly? Am I really identifying if anything's happening? So their idea that they're working on is, what if we created an early warning device? So you could scan at home, and if it detected any changes over time, yeah, it would basically enable you to kind of go, all right, I can take this now, go to the doctor and get a more in-depth examination. So really interesting idea. And then finally, a lot of what we do is kind of, we've got over 150 mentors, coaches, and experts that are available at any time via the Enterprise Lab. So we have experts in residence, where if you, let's say, you're like, oh, I don't know how to build a website, or I need to file a patent, but I don't know anything about patents. We actually give access to subject experts where you don't pay for anything, but you get 30 minutes of free advice. Again, I strongly believe that the right advice at the right time is super valuable when you're at a very early stage in a venture. And then the Imperial Venture Mentoring Service, which is over 70 mentors who have all been serial entrepreneurs or held senior positions in industry. That's the tip of the iceberg. Below it, we have this incredible, very well hidden space in the basement of Sheffield building. It's not looked this busy over the last 2 years. It's looked pretty empty, but it's starting to look very busy now, and we're really, really excited about October. We run monthly Community Collider. So the whole, we try and like safely collide students from different faculties together to see what new, interesting sort of particles and combinations result out of that. So if you're interested in meeting cool people or just finding future co-founders, come to a Community Collider and we'll collide you in the safest way possible. You can sign up to our newsletter via our website. We have an annual magazine. Again, you can access that via the website. So if you are interested, just go online and you can find out loads more information. Just coming to a close, so every year we help over 2,000 students, 600 sort of team-based applications, over 200 events, well, just under 200 events, which I don't think we're going to be doing next year because that literally broke the team. At that time, 132 active coaches, loads of free mentoring, and in 2021, we helped 51 student startups incorporate. So what's a student startup? It's when somebody's actually incorporated a business at Companies House. So that's the threshold that we consider for measuring. So you might be working in a team and you might consider we've got this really cool startup, but we only count a student startup as an incorporated business. To put that into context, so since 2016 when the lab was opened, you've seen a steady increase. So over the last 3 years, we're regularly seeing 50 student startups created at Imperial every year. To put that into further context, the number of staff spin-outs or academic spin-outs, I think this year was about 15. Yeah, so student entrepreneurship at Imperial is really next level. Just some very quick kinds of examples of companies we supported. Charco Neurotech, so a device that helps people with Parkinson's. They raised 10 million. They had Europe's most successful seed raise last year, raised £10 million. That started out as Lucy from South Korea with an idea, kind of going, oh, it's this idea, I think it'll work, what do I do next? Literally, that's how it started. And it was plugging loosely into a number of different programs, and it just all took off from there. Planera, super cool company. This company raised £8 million. Olivia Arndt, she won We Innovate about 5 years ago. Flushable, the world's first certified flushable sanitary pads. Yeah? So huge problem in terms of like pollution. So she's going up against the big FMCG brands. Like, why haven't the big companies, why didn't they do this years ago? Well, probably because it's too difficult and a small startup couldn't possibly do this. They've done it, they're doing it. You can actually buy this product right now. Shellworks, another really cool company. I'm sure like one of the big problems at the moment, microplastics, like the amount of plastic packaging you get on any product that you go out and buy. So creating completely biodegradable plastics that degrade, that you could actually put in a home composter rather than an industrial scale composter that would actually break down in days, not years. Dharma Health, so all about helping women to better understand contraception, alternatives available, and make sure you're making exactly the right choice for you. Sci, so a data platform, so based on, have you heard of like, well, probably, of course you have Clubhouse, which is the whole audio platform. This is a really cool platform that enables large organizations to make use of collective intelligence, so they can have potentially 1,000 conversations going on at the same time, and through their platform, they can basically analyze all of that and kind of go, right, from all of the conversations that have been happening, these are the key topics, or this is the general will or the decisions that people would like to kind of act on. So typically, if you're a large organization and you want to sort of consult your workforce, you have to spend hundreds of thousands of pounds on consultants, running multiple workshops across the UK or globally. This enables it all to take place in a single platform. Cleanest, so changing the world one poo at a time, so they're trying to shake up the nappy market. So they're recently, so business school students, they're on a new Amazon Launchpad program. There were, I think, over 2,000 applications to the Amazon Launchpad program. They accepted 12 teams. 2 were from Imperial. Cleanest was one of them. Omni, vegan pet food. My dog loves Omni. Yeah. My cat hates it, so apparently you can't give plant-based protein to cats. They won't have it. Yeah, but dogs, it's absolutely fine. So again, just like vegan dog food or plant-based protein. Yes, so actually the environmental impact of dog food or pet food is significant. There was a great article during the pandemic that said, if you're one of those people that bought a puppy, we bought a puppy before the pandemic, so we don't count. But no, if you bought one of those, then it's the equivalent of, it has the environmental impact of like a mid-size SUV. Yeah, and a lot of that is down to the fact that you're feeding it kind of animal-based protein. So pet-based or plant-based, pet-based, not pet-based protein, you don't want that, plant-based protein. And then finally, Rise Coffee, another inspired COVID business idea. So business school students again, they were like, oh, we're stuck at home, this is rubbish. We can't even go to our favourite coffee shops, we love coffee. And their whole thing was like, well, what if we took the coffee shop to everybody else? So we love coffee, we're going to source the best coffees from all of these different artisan sort of micro producers, and we'll set up a coffee subscription box. So voted the UK's favourite or best coffee subscription service. And that all started from a couple of business school students kind of going, oh, this is a nightmare, we can't leave the house. So again, really interesting set of ideas. Everything from the quite sort of deep tech, engineering based, all the way through to FMCG and kind of, you know, business to consumer type ideas. And again, that speaks to, you know, we believe in diverse ideas as well. We're not just about deep tech or particular types of technology. We want to help everybody regardless of the idea. This is just a slide I put in to show that we're better than our nearest competitors. We have more startups, we raise more money, whatever. This was an interesting article in City AM. So Imperial College London's got more Forbes 30 under 30 nominations or nominees than any other university in the UK. And by this definition of entrepreneurship, I'm not sure it's a rigorous definition of entrepreneurship, but we're the 5th best university in the world. And then finally, and I'll stop being sort of super braggy, but the Mayor's Entrepreneur Competition. So this happens every year. We had more semi-finalists this year than every other or any other university in London. And of the 5 tracks, we had 3 of the winners. And the same happened last year and the same happened the year before that. So again, it just speaks to the incredible community that you're part of if you're at Imperial College London. I will stop talking now. if you want to find out more, so my name's Mumby Croft. I mean, it's literally, I'm in the age of Google, it's impossible to hide. So if you just want to Google me or connect with me on LinkedIn, be delighted to connect. You can also just go online, go to our website, look us up on social and find out more that way. But I'm going to stop now. Happily take questions. I'll happily talk to people afterwards, but I'm going to hand back over. Actually, no, I'm going to go over to the IT people, or the AV people, not IT, sorry, and I'm going to hand over my mic. But thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ben. So as you can tell, we have an amazing community. We have amazing talent that comes out of Imperial, and we're not ashamed to shout it from the rooftops how proud we are. And if you become part of our community, then you're part of that excellence that we're trying to push out into the world. And speaking of excellence, we have two phenomenal founders, business people with the most knowledge and expertise that we could possibly find here today. So we're going to have a question and answer session. If I'm asking the questions and you feel there's a burning question you need to ask, please do put your hand up. Otherwise, we'll wait to the end and we'll have a little question session with our two speakers. But I would like to introduce you to Andre Skeppel and Nena Onyeba. So you may notice that I didn't introduce you. I feel like I'm not going to do justice. So maybe you would both like to, starting with you, Andre, like to introduce yourself. Sure. Tell us a little bit about your companies and maybe a bit about your background.
Sure, so I'm Andre Skeppel. I'm founder and CEO of a very exciting edtech and, got the mic here. Can you hear me guys now? Hello, hello? Okay, great. I think I'm gone through. So my name is Andre Skeppel. I'm founder and CEO of a company called Full Spectrum. Full Spectrum is an exciting edtech and digital transformation company that is dedicated in, quite simply, transforming the entire curriculum from end to end, particularly for children and young people who are neurodivergent, those with special educational needs, and that extended spectrum of those that experience hurdles or those intersectional difficulties in their academia from early years in primary school all the way up to university and beyond. And so a bit of my background. So I have a bachelor's degree in human biology and a master's by research and dissertation in subjects allied to medicine. I studied both degrees in Kingston University. I was diagnosed dyspraxic and dyslexic quite late in my second year at university after 5 years requesting help. And because of the delays in getting my diagnosis, but also the very questionable support I got afterwards. So obviously I did a biology degree and they assigned me a learner support assistant with a humanities background. Go figure. These are all the types of things that I noticed that there's a critical issue in the curriculum in all phases, that the way that information is managed and the way that professionals essentially identify how we learn and apply it into the curriculum content or the course content that we access may not correctly align to what our individual attributes are. So I also used to be a volunteer teacher and a mentor at a Saturday school for black children that I used to be a part of when I was 5 years old. Graduated at 16, came back to teach on a few occasions. And I used to experiment in various different learning processes with my children, and that's when I realized that, hold on a second, children, you can group children together based on the attributes of learning. If you were to understand their personality, their engagement, all those elements that make them them, and design course content that really engages them and also pushes them beyond the limits that what they could perceive in their learning development, then you can actually get them to achieve. And so I made the decision. I said to myself, I wasn't yet in a career of science. I used to be one of those business development specialists working with big pharmaceutical companies, biochemistry companies, laboratories, universities like this, in terms of working with scientists to develop applied diagnostics. I even was offered a PhD to study here as well. And I decided to turn into entrepreneurship because I got pretty much pissed off in regards to limitations that I had in people saying, you can't do this, you can't do that. And also looking at in terms of other young people, particularly within the black community, that are being doorstopped in various opportunities in academia simply because those intersections don't fit the status quo. So Full Spectrum essentially is a company born from that frustration, where we're building a cloud-based AI platform that not only transforms how documents and personalized plans for children with special educational needs is managed
in the public and private sector, but also using that content to literally use AI and digital transformation to say every single pathway of learning development management, coordination, support, communication, also to the parents and the families themselves. All of that can be decentralized and focused on the unique attributes of the individual. And then that data itself can be used to transform the entire curriculum. So that's what I do day to day. I'm also a founder of a new venture that I actually founded last week. And one of the things I was doing in my spare time, so I had a very difficult time raising capital for my company. So to date, I've raised £768,311 of pre-seed capital, and not a single penny came from any VCs or institutional funds. And the way that I did that is that over 2 years, during the pandemic, tried to raise capital, found it very difficult. Went to friends and family, they put in what they could put in, and then started going to impact investors and started to believe in the vision. But I wasn't getting the opportunity from VCs, I wasn't getting the opportunity from any angel syndicates or any institutional funds or even loans. So it got to the point where I thought, you know what, if these people are not going to fund me, by any means necessary, I'm going to get funding from my company. So I actually turned the model around and said, you know what, we're not going to go to funds, we're going to build the equivalent of a fund. And so I went to everyday people who all had disposable income, that literally savings sitting in their account or doing nothing. And I said, you know what, I'm going to show you guys how to become angel investors, and you're going to invest into full spectrum. And so in 1 week, we raised more than £166,500 on top of the £200,000 we already raised. And with that funding, we were able to unlock Innovate UK Smart Grant of £350,000, which totaled up to the total amount we have. And so because I realized, oh wow, that was a really interesting way of raising capital, and I started mentoring other companies, young companies from early stage ideas to launch those ideas, I thought, you know what, this is something I like to do. So as of today, I've got a special announcement. I've made an investment into a commercial multi-purpose space quite literally around the corner from Finsbury Park Station. It's got 5 private offices, a podcast studio, a state-of-the-art boardroom, a photography studio, a plant-based commercial kitchen, a breakout room, and an open-plan working space for 37 people. And this will be the first 100% black-owned venture support incubator in England. And this project is called Ujamaa Ventures. We use the name Ujamaa. Ujamaa is the direct translation from Swahili, meaning familyhood, but those that celebrate Kwanzaa and those that know of the teachers of Julius Nyerere from Tanzania, they see it as cooperative economics. So one of the key things that we do in our venture studio, in our investment fund, is we work with quite literally those companies, you guys that may have ideas that could not find funding or could not find a co-founder or could not find that support. We will build you from the very beginning and de-risk your venture. So our network of investors, VCs, but also the investment that I'm raising in my own fund, we will directly invest in you and the grants that are available in the community that will pay for the courses itself. So this is something that I'm building, and I'm making this announcement because obviously the good work that Imperial College do as well, it'll be good to have a conversation to see if we can partner up and actually have a pipeline of talent coming from your university and others to feed into this, what I like to call a venture ecosystem. Because one of the key benefits of our ecosystem is that every single company we work with, we invest, and we essentially catapult, they all will trade with each other. So this is where you have that cooperative nature, where in my background, one of the reasons why I had difficulty raising capital is because lack of traction, lack of revenue, lack of trading history. So if we work with your companies and say, well, your companies will work together and trade in goods and services within this ecosystem of venture support, then you will find it much easier to find venture capital, and we will catapult you. That's Ujamaa Ventures. My name's Andre Scappell.
Oh, wow. How do I follow that? But no, pleasantly, actually. I think my path is quite different. So my name is Nena Onuba. I'm an Imperial College alumni. I graduated in 2003. I have a master's in electrical and electronics engineering. So I'm an entrepreneur. I'm a beauty entrepreneur, and I wear multiple hats in beauty. So on the one hand, I'm the founder of a brand. It's an award-winning brand. It's called LBB, and it's really focused around speedy rituals for busy people that people love to use. It's really versatile, that we like to use because it works and we enjoy using it. So that's LBB. Alongside that, I sort of came to beauty from a 15-year career in the city, where I worked predominantly as an M&A banker. My last corporate role was as a senior director at Rothschild, which some of you may have heard of. I was there for 10 years. Before that, I was at PricewaterhouseCoopers. In fact, my beauty brand, LBB, was very much inspired by that fast-paced city culture. So in what I was creating really versatile, multitasking products that almost bring back a sense of joy and enjoyment, whether you have 1 minute, whether you have 20 minutes, whether you're on the moon, or whether you're at home. They're products that really fit and really versatile and fit into your lifestyle. So that's LBB. Now, my other hat within beauty, which actually I came full circle back to, is I run an independent consultancy advising founders who are trying to exit their businesses. Obviously, I think this is a startup world. We talk a lot about the early stage of your business journey, the building part. But when you've built, you've created value, it's very important to realize that value. And that's where I come in. I advise founders to really optimize that exit situation from valuation, thinking tactically about who can actually give you the best value for your business alongside just going through the whole due diligence process, which is necessary to close the capital. And I think I heard a lot from what Andre's doing. I think if I think about what makes someone an entrepreneur, I think there's one DNA, they're inherent problem solvers. And so when you enter into a space and something isn't working, very often you find that these are the people who are happy to step up and be that giant to solve the problem. So I came to beauty from the city, where as a woman, in fact, as a black woman, I was really in minority. I think at the time I left Rothschild, I was the most senior black woman in a front office role, which was, I think, underwhelming for me personally. But one of the things that I am doing in the beauty space is really trying to bring that conversation home around diversity. So I was surprised coming from finance. I think in finance it's very, it's very macho, it's very male-led and white male-led, and also very elitist, to be honest. So you don't find a lot of black people in that community. So moving over to beauty, which is powered by the consumer, and a very, if you read all the stats and the data, we're a multicultural community, increasingly so. So to find the same patterns being repeated in that industry shocked me and is actually just frankly unacceptable. So one of the things I'm doing with my black founder hat in beauty is working with one of the largest industry organizations. It's called the Cosmetic Executives for Women, and really driving home that conversation that, look, diversity for me is not just how it looks, it's about how decisions are made. And there's a big problem in my industry with a lack of diversity in the people who run the top of these companies. So forget all the new adverts that you're seeing where it looks like a United Colors of Benetton advert. I'm asking the question, what does your culture, and your culture set from the top, what do those people look like? Are you thinking, actually, I think if we go back to Ben's thing, which is, I'm sure I'm not quoting this completely, but the best minds do not think alike. That's actually an asset that I'm calling on businesses to draw on. Your leadership group, your decision makers should be diverse, especially when you serve a consumer group of diverse consumers. So really working on that, I think the impact for me there is in twofold. On the one hand, it's on the corporate end, making sure it's a mid-career accelerator, where I have partners like Unilever, et cetera, who've already joined on board. We haven't launched it yet. It's going to be launched or announced publicly in October for Black History Month. But really just making sure that those organizations are building their talent pipeline and making sure that actually they're creating opportunities and also the right culture and environment for diverse talent to thrive. If anyone's interested in this topic, I have a lot of research we can talk about afterwards. But I think the second bit is actually around entrepreneurship, and I think it dovetails a little with the problem you found, which is that actually, even in the workplace, majority of the people in corporate come from affluent backgrounds. And so there's really a social mobility problem, especially when you look at majority of the UK. Whether it's being able to access, as an entrepreneur, most startups, okay, yes, if you're able to join an accelerator like the Imperial Enterprise Lab, absolutely it opens up a ton of opportunities for you, but even those are very competitive. So one of the problems a lot of diverse founders have is that first check. Where do I get it from? The model typically is, it comes from your friends and your family, the people who know you, the people who believe in your product before you have your, what's it called, your MVP, your first product. So those people, because when you look at the broader universe, the pool is wide, but in the Black community, it's small. So there aren't many checks being written to just get businesses up. So we're really working on a fund to really support both entrepreneurs and also to give grants and scholarships to students who really maybe don't fit the standard profile, but who are interested in entering into this space. And just before I move on, so I'm becoming an advocate for beauty, because I think beauty is a sector that is pretty underrated, and I think good for me because I'm invested in it, but I think more people should look at it. If you look at it's growing year on year, more than majority of the other FMCG sectors, including food. It's one of those sectors that actually gives you pretty attractive margins. I'm talking about gross margins of about 70%. You won't get that anywhere else. Ask all the tech people who are building businesses, they're not yet profitable. So it's profitable businesses, EBITDAs of about 25% margin, extremely resilient in economic downturns. If you look back at, during COVID, beauty businesses were booming. I mean, not all sectors. Obviously, if you were in color cosmetics, people were at home, they weren't going out, you were affected. But we look at sectors like wellness, we look at things like skincare, are doing incredibly well, extremely resilient. So I'm going to just pause there. But that's a little bit about me as an entrepreneur. I can tell you, did I tell you guys I'm Nigerian? I'm the oldest of 5 kids. I moved to the UK at 17 to study. I've since spent majority of my life, I won't tell you my age, but I spent majority of my life in London. I'm actually much older than I look. I think I surprise a lot of people. And I'm extremely passionate about arts and culture. I'm the trustee of Chisholm Hill. It's sort of like an art community. And there are 3 independent organizations within that. One is a gallery that has churned out 2 Turner Prize winners. There's also a dance space, and there are 40 affordable studios. That is the entire sort of purpose of that vehicle. It's keeping affordable studios available to artists in London. And that's almost, everything gets turned into flats, so that's a pretty important purpose. But that's me in a nutshell.
So I think you both talked about your stories and a little bit about your origins. And I think you both kind of touched on momentarily what inspired you or maybe steered you in the direction of the way that you are and the paths that you have taken. I wonder how, and you've talked about the infrastructure of companies and how the aesthetic on the outside is very diverse, but actually behind the scenes it's not so, and certain strings are still being pulled. Can you put into words any of the struggles that you've encountered along this way? Whilst facing outwardly, it looks like it's diverse and there are black faces on brands, or you can knock on the door, but as a person of black heritage, do you feel there are any struggles as a person of black heritage, or do you think these are struggles that are open to founders of any ethnicity or race?
Okay. I heard a few questions in there.
It was packed, yeah, sorry.
So I heard the one about challenges I faced on my journey as an entrepreneur. Maybe I'll start there and then pass it on to you, and then we can do the rest. Okay, so in terms of challenges as an entrepreneur, so I don't know if I went into that, but my path to beauty is far from straightforward, okay? So I think I already mentioned to you guys, I have a master's in electronics engineering. I'm a qualified chartered accountant. I got that whilst at PwC. I'm an investment banker. I've done that for pretty much now 15 years. And now I'm a beauty founder, so I kind of like wiggled around, and I decided to come to beauty about 4 years ago. And for me, that happened, my journey to that was a little bit different. I guess I can tell you that story. But I think the point to make is that I came into an industry where previous to that, I advised companies, infrastructure, assets. I sold roads. I talked about oil and gas assets. I've sold a renewables power asset in Uganda. So that was really, it was very, heavy industry based. And so coming into beauty, I didn't really have a network. I think in those other spaces where it existed, I knew a lot of people, right? So if you have a problem, you call someone, you ask. If you're even trying to make challenges, one of the challenges I found as a founder was really just the sheer amount of information and decisions that I had to make, especially as a solopreneur, and not having that network. So very quickly, and I think it's probably, if there was one nugget, is really getting into that framework of networking, people, building relationships. I didn't know where to start. I asked a lot of questions. I went to conferences. I knocked on people's doors. And luckily, this is 4 years ago. I've moved on quite a bit from there. But that was probably one of the biggest. And trying to do that in a place where you don't have a lot of people who look like you, or even within your network, is really challenging. So the one thing I would say, I think my superpower is probably in my self-belief. In whatever industry or whatever space I am, is that I believe this wholeheartedly. If there is a way, I will find it. So that's the thing that drives me. And that's exactly what I did. I plugged into industry networks. I went to conferences. I don't always talk, but I look for people and I ask questions. So, I don't know that that's the answer, but I often find that actually if you approach situations with a lot of consideration and respect when you're asking for things, even if it's a cold call. I did a lot of cold calls. If you actually think about the conversation you're going to go into, do a little bit of research about the person you're approaching, and also what the value exchange is. I found most people are kind, especially entrepreneurs. I don't know about corporate people, but entrepreneurs, because they know the hustle, they know the journey. That often is the first place when I'm trying to solve anything that I don't know yet and I need expertise. I just look for entrepreneurs, and LinkedIn is an amazing minefield, or it's been for me, for just finding people who can support my business and the causes that matter to me. I'll just pause there.
So I'm going to try and answer this question in a very tactical way. And I'm going to try and answer it to cross over many intersections that encompass your question itself. So I'll start focusing on the difficulties of being a tech founder. So being in the tech ecosystems that are out there, and I think a number of you have probably seen it yourself, and when you go to pitching events or hackathons and so on and so forth, you normally find tech founders that normally come from a background working for Facebook, Google, Meta, or this is now Facebook, so on and so forth. And then those also work from the big top management consultancy firms like PwC, like Capgemini, Accenture, EY, and so on and so forth. And then you've got the third category of those that come from Russ Group universities, so the Oxbridge, Imperial, King's, UCL, so on and so forth. I fit none of those categories. I'm coming from a King's University, a polytechnic. I didn't have the best grades. I didn't work for a management consultancy firm, and even though I used to work as a scientist, none of the companies I worked for are pretty much those that VCs or investors would say, oh yeah, you're part of the old boys club, you can come and work with us. So one of the key things in tech itself is that there is a very subtle type of affiliation to networks that they deem as risk. So if you don't come from those types of institutions or those types of groups, that's risk. To add on to that, you've got the risk of being a founder of color. To add on to that, you've got a risk of being a black founder. To add on to that, you've got a risk of being a founder that's younger than 40, and so on and so forth. So I think with those intersections that have intertwined, and add on to that as well, I'm neurodivergent, I'm very, very dyspraxic and partially dyslexic, but again, and these are conversations I had with Professor Rankin over there in terms of neurodivergence. Those that fit into that spectrum, especially those that are dyspraxic and dyslexic, were the best problem solvers in the world. Look at Albert Einstein and many others. And I think the way that I had to tackle all those challenges and those intersections that should be things to celebrate, but there were hurdles, is you've got to be bloody smart and you've got to think outside the box. I literally had to be a force of nature, constantly going over and over again to the same VCs, the same investors, and not to say coming in like the concept of insanity over and over again, doing the same thing over and again, expecting different results every time, is always showing something improving, something changing, something different. And despite the frustrations of that, some people will say, you know what, there was one investor I spoke to the other day, and he said, for some reason, Andre, you're still here. So I spoke to so many black investors that have a good idea, and they've been trying. They normally drop off in about 8 months or 9 months. And I've been speaking to them for 26 months. And not only am I still there, the company is growing, it's thriving, it's not hitting revenue, but in terms of the brand has become quite well known in the areas of neurodiversity, SEND, and so on and so forth. And so you can see that there's something about you, like you're working, so I'm now obliged to help you in what way possible. And I think for me, it was a case of identifying what my strengths were, knowing that I have the ability to think outside the box and really use my cognitive processes to show different ways in doing things. And also, I think what really helped me as an ed tech entrepreneur, and it was a conversation I had with my first investor, an impact investor. And I said to her, all these things regarding the curriculum are going to happen in the next 5 years in terms of special needs and all those things in regards to neurodiversity. All those things happened 2.5 years sooner because it's accelerated by the pandemic. And I sat down with the same investor and she said, you know what, Andre, one of the reasons why I invested into you is I believed in what you're saying, but everything you said actually happened. How the hell do you know? You're clairvoyant. No, I'm not. It's logic. I sat down and I thought and I planned and I prepared. During the pandemic, when everyone was trying to navigate around it, I sat at home. Another difficulty is that I have a son, he's 5 years old now, and so having a family and start up a company, it is stress, because it's all risk. There's times when I had no money, I had to literally drive to the other side of London to speak to a potential investor that I found out I had no capital. And and there's a lot of the times as well, and I think this goes to the other intersection in terms of race and disparities within it. Everything that's happened since George Floyd and the rise of Black Lives Matter, you probably have noticed that there's a lot of initiatives that are out there that are looking to support, black businesses, black communities, and so forth. And when it comes to entrepreneurs, there's a lot of funds. There's some good work. You've got the Google Fund for black entrepreneurs, and so on and so forth. And there's a hell of a lot of mentoring schemes. And this is something that I spoke at an event a few weeks back that we first met for London Partners, and I said, I'm mentored out, I'm accelerated out, I'm incubated out, I just need the P, I need the money. And so it got to a point where it's like, realizing that I had to change tact, and also I call it the chocolate agenda in terms of what's happening now, where there's a lot of brands that want to support us, but it's all about the optics of support rather than actually doing the support. And this is where I decided to take ownership. This is why I started the venture studio and started to build a fund, because I kind of said to myself, I don't want to be a part of the problem knowing how to solve it. I want to be the solution and bring on board a community of problem solvers that can all solve a solution, not just one area, but all areas itself, and form that microeconomy that we haven't had in our community ever. So I think that's the way I like to answer that question in terms of all those intersectionalities and the hurdles I had to overcome from it.
So in amongst all those struggles, what motivates you on those days where you just don't want to leave your house, you don't want to get off the sofa, and I guess it's when you're studying, you've got exams and you've got a lot on your plate and you just can't find that motivation. What do you guys do with your experience and knowledge to get yourself up and to keep yourselves going?
One thing that I do, so I've now obviously at the space that I invested in, I've got an office there, I've got my own private office, and the first thing I did is that I put 2 pictures up for my son when he graduated from preschool, and I look at it every day and I say, that's why I did it. The story of Full Spectrum was that the day that I went to company's house and decided to form a company for the first time, with literally a fraction of an idea, it happened whilst I was sitting in the maternity ward of Princess Alexandra Hospital waiting for my son to be born. And knowing that I'm about to be a father, and coming from, I'm half Grenadian, half Antiguan. And so those from the Windrush generation, they came into this country to work and survive. And so everything that was inherited in terms of that generation down to my generation is about working to survive, not working to enjoy the fruits of your labor, and actually being your own boss, building an empire. And so one of the things I said to myself, and what encouraged me and pushes me every day, is that I made a vow to my son just before he was born to say, Number one, you're not going to enter into an education system that's going to put you aside because of the disparities that make you who you are. Number two, you're not going to struggle to find a job and, really try and find finance. There's times where, when I was doing my master's, I had to sacrifice working in retail so I can do my master's because it's a research-based one, and I was so broke that I had to hop on trains jumping over the barriers, or strategically choosing train stations that had no barriers and walk through, and coming from the lab late at night so that when it opened I can get home because I had no money to get home, and walking across Clapham Common with no food, seeing that there's a can of sweet corn on the floor. I'm like, right, you know what, that's something I could eat. Picking it up and realise it's 2 years out of date. And that's when I was at rock bottom. So all those things there, I said to myself, my son, no way in hell my son's gonna go through that. So I need to not just build a company or give you like a potential career opportunity, I'm going to build an empire for you. And you and every single legacy that comes from you will have that. So that is my inspiration every single day that powers me and empowers me to do what I do.
You are so inspiring. All right. So for me, look, my journey is interesting. So when I look back at where I am now versus probably where I was 6-7 years ago, I was probably earning more money 7 years ago than I am now. My inflection point came towards the end of 2016. It took me about a year to get there. And that was the person who probably inspired my role model. If I was doing anything, it was looking at what he was doing. It was my dad. And my dad had a very aggressive course of cancer and very quickly passed away. And that made me start to ask a lot of questions. Like, what the hell is the point of it? If, he passed away at 68, a time when, he should be in retirement, enjoying his grandkids and, the legacy and all the hard work he'd put in. And that made me sort of reassess my whole life. And I think one important thing came out for me is, look, I need to be happy doing what I'm doing, or rather 2 points actually. I need to be extremely happy doing what I'm doing. It needs to be connected to my purpose, my values. And I think the second bit for me is that what is my legacy? When I look back, when I'm going away at the end of the day, what did I leave in the world? And for me, that's what actually prompted my move into beauty. I've always, the inspiration for my business and beauty, I've always been surrounded by beauty. Growing up in Nigeria, my father was a chemist. My mother was a Unilever's distributor. And I don't know if there are any Africans in the room. That Africa is full of like amazing plant-based cosmetic skincare. Shea butter, coconut oil. These are all the things that I definitely grew up with. And so I felt like this, for me, sort of my career move was coming back 360 to something I always felt intuitively, but I didn't have the courage to do. In fact, my Saturday job whilst I was an Imperial student was working at Boots. I still remember it's the Boots opposite the Ritz in Green Park. And that's where I learned a lot about beauty and makeup. But it took me 16, 17 years to finally make that move. And I was able to, just for anybody, I think I don't regret any step of my journey. At the time I went in, I studied at a good university. I had hit, a number of career milestones. I'd worked at one of the most prestigious firms in the city. As the daughter of Africans, I'm sure if there are any here, you're very much encouraged. For me, I think I had 2, 3 maybe career choices. I could be a doctor, I could be an engineer, I could be I don't know what the other one is. So that's how I grew up. And so for me, I didn't even think that, exercising my creativity was an option in that way. The world has changed very much to, I think we were the sort of early internet guys when I was at Imperial. Even Imperial has changed a ton since I was here. But so I sort of felt like, having done all those things, it was time for me to start to live the life that I wanted to live. I wanted to be in beauty. I've always had a passion for it. And so that's what I did. But if you also look at the journey, yes, I started a beauty brand purposefully. I didn't take any external funding because I think I needed to first validate for myself is this the right space for me? I didn't know that. Luckily, all the grafting and all the years as an analyst at Imperial, I was known at Rothschild, I was the yes girl. There was no work that was available I did not say yes to. And I very quickly moved up the ranks because I said yes, I was keen, I said yes to every project, and that has always stayed true. I say yes to opportunities, especially as people of color. Look, I know that the world has changed, there's a lot of inequity that we've faced, but I think also as ourselves, we need to somehow, I know that there are gaps, but we need to shake off some of those and just put our best foot forward, which is why I kept saying if you know what's driving you, if you do a bit of research, I keep saying people take it for granted, whether you're selling skincare products or you're selling, anything, ideas, right? There's always a value exchange. When you're talking to someone, what is the thing that's connecting? Who's your consumer? What is the thing they really care about? And what is it that's going to drive that action? I use this exchange in everything I do. I mean, it doesn't always work, but at least I try and think about it that way. And if you enter those situations, understanding what the exchange, even if it's asking just purely for charity, why is a donor giving that money? What does it do for them? If you go through those exercises, I find for me it really, really helps. And I've increasingly learned to put myself in very uncomfortable situations. Most people, most entrepreneurs, if this is a thing for you, you have to build that muscle early. No is just, in fact, I've started to not even hear no, it's just a not yet. So like Andre said, they might have said no the first time you went to ask them for money. You continue on your journey, you get a few more data points, and then you come back and you keep asking, and it's very, very common. So I won't go into, obviously I'm very well versed on the investor space and what investors like and all of that good stuff, which is a benefit I think a lot of entrepreneurs don't have. But if you actually know what that exchange is, you get a few more traction points. You join one of these accelerators where you can talk to other entrepreneurs. I don't know, all these people who sit in one room building the thing, and when I build it, they'll come. You need to be talking to people, know what's in the market. As a beauty founder, I'd be stupid right now launching a product that is like super prestige when everybody's talking about the cost of food rising and there's like real economic straits. So you kind of have to see what's happening around you. Talk to people who are doing things probably either similar or maybe differently to you and see what mistakes they've made, because gosh, that will save you a lot of time as an entrepreneur most entrepreneurs are charting paths that are uncharted. So you kind of have to find quick, smart ways of just finding the solutions or the answers to your problems without even necessarily doing them. But I think that's like the lean, agile model that is very popular in the startup space. But yes, anyway, I'm not even sure what the question was, but I hope I answered it.
Thank you. I'm very conscious of time, so I just wanted, before I open the floor up to ask if anyone has any questions, I would like to know what one piece of advice do you wish you were given when you were around 17, 18, thinking about university, thinking about your next steps? What do you wish someone had said to you?
I wish someone had showed me show me about finance, how to save. All those times, I come from an era where we had education maintenance allowance. We've got £30 a week just to attend college. That's not here anymore. So I wish during that time I stacked that up. I also wish during a time when I got my maintenance loan when I was in university, and my student loan, and not just living literally 8 miles down the road in Kingston and living a student life. If I stayed at my mum's home, well, she's on benefits and anything like that, so I wouldn't have to pay anything to be there, and stack that up, because all that money I would have saved, I would invest into my business and got it up and running from early. So saving, financial management, forward planning your money, I think that's one of the best things that I wish I knew when I was 17.
For me, it's probably like, there's something I repeat repeatedly, representation matters. I don't know, can you guys still hear me? Okay, representation matters. When I look at my younger self, I wish I met someone that looked like me, who was not on a straight path and just did one thing and that was the only choice available to them. So it's one of the reasons why I go into rooms and I talk to people coming behind me, because I just want to see that, look, there are different routes to success. I think it's important. There's no one vanilla way. And the more diversity and experiences that we can surround ourselves with, I think the better rounded I could have been. I think it would have taken me, I'd have been confident a lot earlier to have made this move. But
amazing, thank you. Before we wrap up, does anyone have any questions that they would like to ask? Wayne?
Can we get your contact details?
Yes.
Because we need to connect afterwards. I think the stories have been absolutely amazing. And the stories are just beginning.
We've run out of time. It's like we need more time to go and dig deeper. It's
absolutely.
Yeah.
Come find me.
Yes.
I think we hear lots of entrepreneurs when they speak, they talk about like having to bounce back from failure and stuff. So I'd like to ask what you think your biggest failure has been and how you managed to bounce back from that. How you navigated through that.
Sorry,
what has been here? So Rebekah wanted to know what have been their biggest failures and how they've managed to bounce back.
I don't know. I don't like the word failure. I like to look at them as lessons. For me, I think it's absolutely okay to fail, as long as you took away something from it. When I look back at failures, I mean, I just said to you guys, I came into an industry that I didn't really know anything about. And by the way, we're not doing badly. LBB has won a number of great awards. I'm trading in Fennec. I have, I think, the other day I counted, my heaviest subscriber just bought a product for the 20th time, which, if you're building a business, repeat customers are gold. Failures, look, I've made a ton along the way in just decisions that I've made, whether it's products that I've put out, even the way I launch products. In the beauty industry, there's a lot of upfront capital that has to go into just launching one product. If you almost imagine, there are minimum order quantities, etc. And I just figured, I think I went into that and I was like, okay, look, there are certain numbers that I'll hit, I'll buy, and I ended up with some stock that was just like money down the drain. So again, when I come back, will I make that mistake again? No. But when I talk to others, is that mistake unique? No. Lots of people did it. So what did I learn from it? I need to be more agile. I haven't said a lot about this. I wear lots of hats. But I'm working on another startup, which is actually about a really, really efficient e-com system for launching new products that avoids so much. I mean, we talk about sustainability, right? So one of the biggest issues that people don't, in my industry, people talk a lot around packaging, but actually one of the biggest issues is waste, just sheer waste from what's happening on the manufacturing side, people producing too many products and then having to like offset it or even throw it away, through to even consumers who buy, I'm sure if, I don't know, look at your bathrooms. Look at the last time you hit 10 on the products you have. There's so much that people sit on that isn't getting used. So what can we do? This initiative is really around that system and driving more efficiency. But I hope I answered your question. I think I did a bit.
So I'm going to try and answer your question as quick as possible. So the biggest failure that I experienced was during my route to raising capital. So we were conditionally awarded a £350,000 grant from Innovate UK, but the condition was to match fund the 30% required, so about 150,000. And we tried to raise, and like I said, was passed by a number of different VC funds and angel syndicates and so on and so forth. And I went to a prominent member of the black community. I won't say who he is or what his organization is, but he basically said that, he's doing a project with a number of councils where he's building virtual schools, and essentially needed a tech company that could build a back-end management platform that can support information coming from the council and schools and for children are homeschooling, and called this project the Schools to Industry Pipeline. And he said that, we'll do this project and the project will be valued, basically the amount that was remaining for us to match fund to access this grant. I thought, fantastic, this is our first, it's our first order, it's our first invoice, we're now revenue generating, so on and so forth, and we used that invoice that was generated from that purchase order to unlock the fund. Then came December, didn't hear from the guy for weeks and weeks, and then I found out from other people that people who went to work on this project didn't hear from him for like 6 months and completely went missing. And we had this grant, but the grant we can only access if we spend the money and claim it back. So there was 3 months worth of funding that was missing from our pipeline, our cash flow. And so I had to stop paying myself for like 4 months. And that affected my family, affected my relationship with my partner. That broke down, all those things there, so on and so forth. And I was struggling real bad. Like the full spectrum was at a very, very critical limit. And despite my attempts to try and raise capital, I went to one of my closest friends, who was my business partner, and I said to him, "You said you had an ace up your sleeve. What is it? Can you play it?" He said, "Leave it with me." Then what happened was that this ace up his sleeve was one of his close friends, who's an executive director at Goldman Sachs. And so she was interested in putting her own 40K investment into it. But not only did she invest, her sister, her brother, her mum, her nan, her uncle, her friends, her church, 20 people in total invested that 1 week, £166,500. Not only did we get the funding to unlock the grant, but we oversubscribed our round. And so I was able to use it to acquire the studios and start doing things. And now we're doing another fundraise for £750,000, which we're now in negotiation to close, that we only opened last week. So that was the biggest failure that could have ruined everything, and somehow it turned it into a catapult.
I think they're going to pass you down a microphone.
And our first question to you was, do you think you could have been the entrepreneur that you're now without the career you had before at Rothschild and PwC? That's one question. The second one is, what have you learned from your time in the corporate world? And then to you afterwards, I'd like to know, do you think not having had the experience in the corporate world set you up to be a successful entrepreneur?
All right. So to the first question, what was that? Can you remind me, actually? I got lost there. What was your first question? Right, got you. Okay, yes. Okay, so the answer is probably, it didn't happen, so I don't actually know if I could have, but I think one of the, having worked in corporates, especially in the firms I did, I was dealing with the biggest, the most successful businesses at a very high level. It's quite inspiring, right? So I found first you need to develop the muscle. It's client-facing. So I'm constantly selling ideas because I'm coming into your business and I'm telling you all these things. And so you need to be quite influential. So I'd say it's from my corporate career, I've picked up a lot of soft skills that have proven valuable. I also have a career in business. Like my business, essentially, my career was all about helping businesses create and find value. Very often people think that the only way to grow is organically, but if you actually look at the number of the large corporates, the way in which they grow is actually by buying businesses. So it's quite an important element of how corporates grow. Now, onto the third bit, I think the final lever for me that gave me the confidence to believe that, yes, I could make that transition as an individual is, as a banker, I sold advice. I sold my ideas, my advice. And actually, my first startup was from within Rothschild. I saw the opportunity as an African. Africa was rising. I looked at and when I say our, Rothschild's sort of talent base. We had really strong sector teams and global relationships. Africa was rising. You know, I come from Nigeria. It's one of the largest oil producers. I could see telecoms, in particular towers and infrastructure, growing. You know, when you think about roads, like, it's so nascent. All of that's still getting built. And I looked at the competitive set. I was like, come on, like, I work for a much better brand than all of these guys. We can it's arrogant, but please believe me, you do have to. I do believe that, quite honestly, that I'm an incredible sort of M&A advisor. And so I entered into that, and in the space of I started as a side hustle because I wasn't a managing director when I left. I was only a director. And it started as a side hustle. I basically put myself in every situation and became the Africa expert. And then that sort of created the opportunities to actually make a case to build a business. 2 years on, by the time I left, I think single-handedly, just in terms of revenue generated, was about 5 million. So I think that gave me a lot of confidence that, first of all, to build that business, I had to go out into new markets, creating new customer relationships, you know, selling my idea, scaling it, thinking, okay, there's just me, how can I get other people to do this? And I think that was really a critical step in believing that, okay, look, you can do this somewhere else. It's just think differently about how you apply those skill sets.
So to answer your question in regards to my experience, so I could say I had a taste of the corporate world. So when I was working as a business development manager within biotech, quite a lot of my time in the field I spent doing business in the US and China, as well as in Europe. And a lot of my time making my own appointments and making my own meetings was with C-suites. It was with CEOs, CSOs, chairmen. And particularly, there's 2 occasions where I think having that taste of the corporate world gave me the validation that I can be an entrepreneur and gave me the inspiration to say, whatever you guys are doing, I can do it better than you guys. Just need to give me the opportunity. So there was one time I spent 3 weeks in China. I was there with my manager. My manager was younger than me, but was more experienced than me in the field. And we was doing business with another diagnostics company in terms of like providing reagents that label biochemicals for diagnostic devices, lateral flow and all those things there. And because my background in research was actually in that field, when I was in that conversation, I basically started to go into a super technical type of breakdown into the technology that they're building and basically solved their problem in that conversation and told them how to do it and so on and so forth. And because I was able to very clearly communicate the technology and use my confidence to say, look, no, this is going to happen, here's how I'm going to show you and so on and so forth. In the Chinese culture, in China, people think China, you know, there's a high element of racism and so on and so forth, and there is. But one thing they do appreciate is skilled people, people that have value. And so when I sat down with all these Chinese head honchos, and I was there with my boss, and I sat down, and they all were talking to me. Everyone was pointing the direction to me because I was the one that came up with the value-adding conversation, so on and so forth. And I could see in the corner of my eye, my boss kind of feeling a bit hot in the car, like, what's happening here, sort of thing. And it's like, they were referring to me as the boss. Another occasion as well, when I spent 2 weeks doing business across America, and again speaking to CEOs of big biotech companies in like the Boston area, in the Cambridge area, where you've got Harvard and MIT and so on and so forth. And I'm speaking to all of them, and it was great selling to them. It was great talking to them. It was great to converse, and they could see that in terms of my background being black and British, but also having the confidence and the commercial ability to combine business and science into the conversation. I'll never forget, I was speaking to some of the senior scientists, and they pulled their president, chairman, and CEO into this meeting and said, you've got to listen to him. And I was on the whiteboard, again, deconstructing their technology and showing how it needs to work and so on and so forth, and did, I think it was like a £60,000 deal there and then. And again, all those types of instances that say, I can do it, but I can do it a lot better if you give me the opportunity to build it. And the company I worked for just couldn't see it, so I got myself sacked and used my severance pay to start off full spectrum and kind of just took it from there.
Beautiful. Let's do a round of applause.
We have run out of time, regrettably, so if anyone has any questions, maybe we can take it off record, if either of you don't mind answering those off. Obviously, we all need to have lunch. So I just want to say thank you so much to both of you for bringing such a human element, for sharing some of your personal stories with us. Very much appreciate you doing the journey from hell to get in today. So let's put our hands together for
So just a few announcements. So yeah, thank you so much, Leah, Andre, and Nenna for that beautiful talk. So just a few announcements. Now we're going to have lunch at the concourse. And as we're having the buffet lunch, also be advised that you can speak to the exhibitors and the employers, so feel free to connect as well. And also at the tall tables, there are going to be Imperial and postgraduate as well as alumni there. So feel free to connect. And then finally, in terms of timing, our next workshop starts at 3 p.m. So in an hour, 30 minutes from now. And after that, we're going to have our second keynote speaker, Jonathan Crawford, speaking. So I'm looking forward to seeing all of you at the workshop. And also, please, feel free, if after lunch you're still speaking with employers, feel free to stay, take your time, but just be aware of those timings. So I'll see you guys in the next session. Thank you.
Welcome back. Welcome back, welcome back. I hope you really enjoyed your lunch. Stick around at the end, there'll be more food at 5. Okay, so now we'll be heading into our third and final workshop, which will be on employability skills. This will be hosted by Dr. Dwayne Neal here from the Reach Society. So we want to thank them for their support in organizing this and getting this workshop together. So over to you.
Lovely. Thank you, Rebekah.
Thank you.
I'm delighted to have the opportunity to work with the panel and also PricewaterhouseCoopers on this session. Of course, the topic is employability skills, and here is the format we're going to be following. I've got Ladan from PricewaterhouseCoopers who will introduce the topic for about 10 minutes, and then I'm going to turn to the panel members to say, give us the short but sweet introduction of who you are, name, how rich you are, who you work for, little things like that. And once we've heard from them, I'm going to throw it open to you guys and gals. So 2/3 of this session will be to respond to your questions. So start thinking about your questions around the topic now. Everybody okay with that? Brilliant. Okay, so Ladan, over to you.
All right. Before we start, I just wanted to check you could all hear me. All right, testing 1, 2, 3. Can you all hear me? Okay, excellent. So I'm Ladan Faisal. I am a student recruiter at PwC. My job is to essentially place as many students as possible who are keen to have their first role in one of the biggest firms in the world and make sure that we essentially support our clients in the best way we can. That's my job. And I will teach you how to have a successful recruitment process, whether it's at PwC or elsewhere. And I highly recommend that you listen as carefully as possible and that you have questions ready. This is meant to be interactive so that I can help you get the job of your dreams. Please promise me that. And without further ado, let's go to my next slide. So most recruitment processes are essentially the same wherever you apply. You'll have to create an application form, then you'll have to do an online game. Some companies will have a game, other people will have a situational judgment test, other people will do a numerical personality test and things like that. Then you'll often have an interview. Usually the format is going to be a recorded video interview on a platform called HireView. Maybe some of you have heard them. I know that my other colleagues here in student recruitment use HireView as well. And you'll then have an assessment center. After an assessment center, this is usually when you tend to have your final outcome. This is exactly the same process that most employers have. And this is what we call the PwC professional. So Laolu, you know this because we have to know this. It's how we're all assessed against. You as candidates, you will be assessed against this. Me as an employer and as an employee myself, I am assessed against that. I highly recommend that you essentially absorb this because every employer will have a version of this to essentially assess candidates. For us, it's whole leadership, business acumen, technical and digital, global and inclusive, and relationships. For whole leadership, we want to see that you can lead yourself. We want to see that you don't essentially come to a company and you shed your personality and values. We want you to come whole, to be exactly who you are, with your own sets of value and your own integrity. That matters to us. Secondly, is business acumen. Usually students tend to be confused about what commercial acumen is, so I'll try to explain it simply. Commercial acumen is your ability to learn about an industry and to just get really passionate about it. So the way I personally build commercial acumen is by reading specialized blogs. By YouTube is my go-to, it's always my go-to, and social media. So as a recruiter, I go a lot on eFinancial Careers. I don't know if you do, but eFinancial Careers is my go-to, it's always my go-to. And that's what commercial acumen is for me as a student recruiter. For you, it can be something different, but I highly recommend YouTube. YouTube is absolutely amazing. It's a great source to learn. And at PwC, we look at 2 things. Number 1, can you think like the university students that you are? Are you capable of looking up information online, quoting your sources, and quoting data? Number 2, can you develop the business and create sustainable value? And then my question to you is, have you heard of ESG? Please show of hands if anyone has heard of ESG. Amazing! That's a big topic in the world of work at the moment. Then after that, we have technical and digital. The first question that you see here is, can you adhere to quality standards and practices? Essentially, as university students, can you do research the way we're after? Usually in the university space, it's basically always yes. And then finally is, can you engage productively in the digital world? Put simply, are you afraid of technology, or does it enable you to be a better student and then a better employee? Any company that you go to will be tech-enabled, so you also need to be as tech-enabled as you can be. Essentially, don't be afraid of technology. The next one is global inclusive. Can you demonstrate global and cultural curiosity? If someone is different to you, are you going to reject that difference, or are you going to welcome it and display curiosity for it? And curiosity for difference is what we're after. And after that, we want to see that you can leverage the power of the PwC network. Our network is huge. We have, I don't even know, basically 300,000 people all over the world who work at PwC. And our job internally is to make sure that we know as many of them to help us achieve the best that we can do. And then finally, we have relationships. The first one is, can you communicate with impact? You can see me move around, you can see me use my hands, my facial expressions, and also my voice goes up and down. We want to see that from you, that you can communicate with as much impact as possible. And secondly, are you passionate about client service excellence? We wouldn't be where we are today if we weren't about our passion to make our clients happy. Our clients always come first. And this is what we want to see from you, but this is also what every company wants to see from you as well, a version of this. So please remember that. You apply all of those and you show that you display those, and this is it. You've won. Okay. The application form. Every company will require for you to fill an application form. It's always going to be the same: first name, last name, email address, phone number, your address, your where you went to university, what degree you studied. The reason why you need to know that is sometimes we need to call you, we also need to email you, we need to have access to that information. We want to know where you went to university so that we can get in touch with people who work at universities and say, okay, that many people applied, that many people received an offer. This is where your students need to improve. This is why we need to know where you went to university. We also need to know if you have had extenuating circumstances. Sometimes students don't have a 2-1. That's life, it happens. So tell us why you didn't have a 2-1. We also offer reasonable adjustments. If you have a disability, please note that we are a disability inclusive recruiter, which means that if you have a disability, please state it. We need to know so that we can give you the reasonable adjustments you need to succeed. And finally, we're an equal opportunities employer. What this means is no matter who you are, no matter what your personal story is, we want you to apply and we want you to get a job. Good, I'll continue. Okay. First step of the recruitment process after the application form, the game. So for us, our game is very simple. It's 1 hour long. You go through a series of psychometric tests. We assess about 12,000 data points. You don't need to be a gamer to do well, I promise you. It's really, really fun as well. You can start it, pause it, you can do it in one go. The one thing I want you to do is essentially to just enjoy it, because the more you enjoy it, the better you do. All right, so that's the game. I mentioned earlier, we assess up to 12,000 data points, and the biggest piece of advice I'd like you to do is read the instructions carefully. You would never believe how many students just don't read the instructions and essentially end up failing because they haven't read the instructions. And just relax, really relax, just enjoy yourself, make sure that you're enjoying it, and make sure that your tech isn't failing you. You know, you can, your Wi-Fi is working, your laptop's working, all of that is great. The next step after that is a recorded video interview. It's usually on a platform called HireView. If you haven't heard of it today, believe me, you will hear about it the moment you apply. Pretty much every company that uses recorded video interviews goes with HireView. And for us at PwC, it's simple. We ask, why are you interested in the company? Why are you interested in the role? Why are you interested in the sector? Wherever you apply, you will face those questions. So do your research, do your research, do your research. You want to be able to quote figures, facts, stats, names. You want to name drop people. You want to talk about their technology. You want to know about what they do in the sustainability space. You want to know all of that, and you want to quote all of that. And the best candidates I assess are those who can talk about all of those things, about the company, about the sector, and about the industry itself. So remember that, it's very important. The step after that is some scenario questions that are based on the PwC professional. So this is why it's important for you to know that, because any scenario, that question that you're asked, it will be based on this. Moving forward. You will also have a case study based on the line of service that you're after. So if you're interested in audit or consulting or tech, you will have questions related to that, which is why it's important to develop your commercial acumen. I will leave it at that, but I expect one of you to at least ask me about commercial acumen, because it's very important. Now, how do you prepare for a video interview? Step number 1, research the employer. There's no secret to this. You have to research, 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 research. I said it before, I'll say it again. With facts, figures, numbers, stats. We want it on how much money we've made. I want it on, for example, our leader. I want to hear about sustainability. I want to hear about tech. I want to hear about our diversity and inclusion policies. I want to hear about our clients. I want to hear about all those things, and that's PwC, but also elsewhere. And this is what makes you pass, by the way, the knowledge of that. Secondly, positive first impression. Stand up straight, smile, show the best versions of yourself. This is what I'm doing today. We want you to practice because practice makes perfect. You will fail and fail and fail until you get that one grad job offer, and that's the way of it. Do not get discouraged. You have to practice in order to get to perfect. Choose a comfortable environment because it can be stressful doing a recorded video interview alone because it's just strange staring at a camera and then having to just speak to the camera. Even for me right now, it's a bit stressful. So make yourself comfortable. Be as comfortable as you can be so you can enjoy it, and then the best version of you comes out. Check your technology. I don't know if any of you noticed, but I was working with AV to ensure that my tech was working. Thank you so much, AV, because if you don't check your technology, it doesn't work. And what we tend to see is this. And this is horrible because then we don't know how to assess you. So please check your technology. So that's your camera, that's your audio, that's your laptop, that's your Wi-Fi, that's your charger, all of that. Let us know if you need support. I'll say it again. We are a disability inclusive recruiter. If you have a disability, please, please, please let us know, and we'll make all the adjustments that you need to succeed as much as you can. And then finally, the Employability Hub, which I'll talk about in a bit. The final stage is the assessment center, what we call the career focus day. And so the way it works at PwC, and it might differ depending on companies, but usually the structure is the same. I'll just hide this because I can see people are reading the screen. Please look at me, don't read the screen, I promise you, it's more interesting. You'll come in, and you'll have someone who will essentially read a script to you and tell you, welcome to X company. You will have interviews, you will have a group exercise, and you will have a bunch of exercise to do. Good luck. That's the same for pretty much every company. Sometimes they have it in 1.5 days, sometimes they have it over 2.5 days, sometimes they have it over 2 days. Depends on how you do. Most companies will do it virtually just because it's easier for everyone. It's a lot more comfortable. For us, it's virtual. And at PwC, you will have a one-to-one interview, which will always be motivational. You will then have a group exercise where we'll assess essentially commercial acumen, keyword, do your research. And then we'll have a numerical exercise. I didn't study in the UK, but I was told it's basically GCSE maths, whatever that means. But so it's that. And you'll have a written report to do, which university students tend to excel at because this is basically what they do. Some other companies will often have technical questions. I'm looking at you, Vim, because you work at Credit Suisse. So you'll have oftentimes some technical questions where you need to display your awareness and appetite of technical words. So to enrich your technical acumen, the best way to do that is to grow your own commercial acumen by discovering keywords that you need to understand and then explain what it means in your own term. That's a basic way to actually enhance your technical skills for any role. Okay. Now, our Employability Hub. This is a microsite that we have especially curated. That's us student recruiters and the very best candidates we've seen to help you candidates excel at any role that you apply to, but also at PwC, but also any role that you apply to. Highly recommend. It's called the Employability Hub. And if you want to learn more, you can sign up to this. Any of you who have your phones out, please scan this QR code. You'll be taken to our main page, and you'll have to click on University Talent Network. And I will give you a couple of seconds. And I'm pretty sure yeah. Next steps for you, check out the Employability Hub. Follow us on social media, pretty pleased with the cherry on top. Sign up to the Talent Network to receive updates for when our roles are out and any area of interest that you're after. No problem. No problem, here you go. And yeah, and that's essentially it for me. Yeah?
Did you want a few closing words before we open it up?
Please apply.
Okay, lovely. Thank you for that, Nadan. And I must say that's very close to the agreed time, so thank you again. Now, what I'd like to do is just to give my panel members the chance to say a little bit about themselves so that you'll know who you're talking to, and then I'm going to throw it open. So, Trevor, would you like to say a few words?
Sure, yeah. You have a mic? Oh, yeah.
Oh, yes, you can share that between you.
Hi, hi everyone. I'm a professor of economics at St. Mary's University. I'm also a visiting professor at Derby. I was a former chief economist at Lloyds Bank, and I was there for about 20 years and ran a team of economists and specialists in things like bond analysis, structural analysis, corporate banking activities. We sat on the trading floor. That was my main function for, as I said, around 20 years as the chief economist there. My background is Bank of England and Treasury and the civil service.
Lovely. Thanks, Trevor. Vimal?
Hi, everybody. My name is Vimal, or Vim. I'm a campus recruiter with Credit Suisse, specializing in the investment banking capital markets division, as well as working within the two regions, finding internships in the regions in Spain and France.
Thank you. Lolu?
Hi everyone, I'm Laolu. I'm a senior associate at PwC. I sit within our risk team, and I also did a postgraduate at LSE, and before that an undergrad at Bristol.
Brilliant, thank you. And
Hi everyone, my name is Donald Palmer. I'm an associate professor of immunology at the Royal Veterinary College, which is part of the University of London. I also have an honorary position at Imperial. I did my first degree at Bradford Uni, so it was great to see Stephanie. I did my master's at King's, did my PhD at Imperial. I'm also chair of governors of a school in Northwest London, and I'm also the currently Education and Career Secretary for the British Society of Immunologists, which is the largest collection of immunologists in Europe. Thank you.
Brilliant. Hold on to the mic because you'll need it very shortly. So now you know who is on the panel and you've had the entree. Employability skills for me is almost more important than intellectual horsepower. And I'm hoping that's a bit of a no-brainer statement from me. So, over to you. What questions would you like to put to the panelists? Fire away. Now, do you have a portable mic to share with this lady?
No, but I can repeat it.
No,
all right.
Up there. Someone's...
Where is it?
Okay, so my question is, sorry to say, but most of my friends have told me that the applications that we've been applying is like a normal routine. Mostly we need recommendations. Someone has to recommend you. So let's say PwC gets like thousands of applications and they might not even respond to you. But if you get someone in the organization recommending you, your application will go through fast. So I see, I'm thinking it's true because I've applied most of that. I apply a lot and like, I go to the interview, like the video interview, then they will turn you down. So I feel like, yes, what my friend said is actually true. Do you think it's true or it's not true?
She's gonna...
Yeah, yeah.
I understand your pain. I really understand your pain. And that's student recruitment. Oftentimes, it's a numbers game. It really is a numbers game. On average, it takes 50 to 70 applications. Let me repeat that. 50 to 70 applications to get a job offer. At PwC, we do not accept referrals for jobs. That doesn't happen. It just doesn't happen. Because if we did, it would just be a case of corruption. And you'll be surprised at the number of high-profile companies who don't accept that anymore. So if I ask you, it's definitely not the case. I know at Deutsche Bank it wasn't the case. It's definitely not the case in your recruitment. Because what tends to happen if we allow that to happen is that you'll have CEOs making big deals with big people just having their children work there. So it's not the case. However, I do understand and I feel your pain because you apply and you're not getting anywhere. I get it, I get it, I get it. So many candidates told me this. But here's the trick. You have to keep applying and you have to keep failing. And every time you fail, you have to learn from it so that you can grow. I said before, 50 to 70 application average to get a job. But when you get it, you can feel it in your guts. I used to be a career coach, basically. I used to help candidates get grad roles in investment banking and in funds. And you know, that's the way it is. That's the way it is. So please don't give up. Keep applying and you'll get there.
I'll just say quickly, just really quickly, PwC was the last place I applied to after like 50 applications, and that was the only one I got. I got to a lot of final stages, but the last place I applied to is where I got into, so don't give up.
Okay, any other comments before we move on?
Just basically again, yeah, referrals don't really work. Obviously, we have nepotism reviews, and we have, obviously, we try to do a lot more to stamp that out. Networking is very important, though, because one question you always ask in investment banking is, why do you want to work in investment banking? Because obviously it's a very demanding industry and a lot of put upon you, and they want to make sure that if they're going to invest time, money into you, is it going to pay off? And that's why they ask you, do you want to work in investment banking? First question you ask in any interview, or question you ask to work in banking will be, why do you want to work in banking? And it's not so much know your answer, but how much does your answer tie in with what they're looking for? I think, and that's it.
Let me, before you come in, Trevor, introduce the idea of a cheat. And I did say cheat. Who's ever heard of internships? That's a cheat. Because if you get to know the company and they get to know you via an internship, there's a really good chance of you jumping over hundreds of applicants. My fourth son got his job in the financial sector by doing that. So if you're turning down all those internship opportunities in the summer, think about how you can shorten the queue. Trevor?
Yeah, I mean, I clearly agree with Dwayne on internships being a way of understanding what firms want. Whether you want to work at that firm after you've had the internship is a different question. But I reiterate what everyone else said. You don't get on by contacts. It doesn't work here. I've had many people who would say, refer this person or that person for recruitment to my team, and it's got to be based on the ability of the people that you want to hire for the positions that there are. And I think for you, the learning has got to be that you, as was said, you get better at filling in the application forms, you get better at interviews, your skills at doing that improve. You get to intuitively understand what they're after and how to respond. And I think that's probably why you need to continue to do it in any event.
Lovely. Next question, please. That gentleman in the middle there. Yeah, you've got the mic.
I think one of the most interesting things in my experience is assessment center research. Julie, when you have advice on how to excel in an assessment center.
So, did you get that question?
Assessment center.
Yeah, can you just repeat it, because I didn't hear it as clearly.
He asked if how any advice on excelling in assessment centers.
Okay.
Brilliant,
Best thing
thanks.
I'd recommend you to do is that you're quickest, to keep it short, you're not there to compete with anybody.
Yeah.
There's always going to be someone better than you. You're going to always be better than someone else.
Mm-hmm.
Focus on showcasing your talent, all right? And get used to talking. So if you're there early, if they're before everything mingles, start talking to people. Get used to talking to strangers. Get used to talking to people in the room. So then, when you actually start actually being assessed, you already warmed yourself up. And read up and prepare again what they're looking for, and keep a mindful of that when you're actually in the assessment center to make sure you're showing the things they're looking for.
Lovely. Any other comments from the panelists?
Just a quick one. I think a lot of information is going to be either read at you or given to you. You have to be really good at picking out what is most important. You don't need to read every single thing. Try to read as much as you can, but be really good at picking out the important pieces of information.
Okay. Any other thoughts?
I'll probably make one point about those sorts of environments is to practice and have friends. And you run through the sort of questions that you think they're going to ask you, and you practice your answers. You practice being fluent. You practice the beginning, the middle, and the end of sentences that answer the questions that you've been asked. And you focus on making sure that what you're answering is the question you've been asked, not the question you want to answer. That's how I would figure out who actually knows what I'm after, because they're answering the questions and maybe going beyond the questions that they're asked.
Donald, Vinyl, do you want to come in first and then Donald?
Sorry, do you want
to... Yeah, go on if you want to come in, and then you can come in, Donald.
I was just going to say as well that you're watched all the time. So your interview starts when you're in the building, it doesn't stop until you're in the bus home. All right, so just remember that, okay? Every time you think you're having a lunch and they come and sit down with you, talk to you about how you're finding this in your lunch, you're being assessed. So don't think for 1 second while you're in that building, you're not being assessed.
Brilliant.
Yeah, that's the point I wanted to make. So I've recently been involved in recruiting head teachers, and there's been occasions where the lunch is really important. and it's interacting, and we'll see how they get on. So it's absolutely right. Once you get in that building, there are people watching and monitoring you. So it's really important. You're on top of your game from when you're in the building.
Brilliant. Let me add to what the panel members have said before I bring Trevor in. I used to organise assessment centres for Shell International Chemicals. Find a role within an assessment centre that gives you a lot of visibility. And if you can do that consistently, you will always showcase what you have to offer. But if you choose the role which says, I'm going to be the wallflower, don't be surprised that nobody notices you and make no assessment of you. Yeah? So for example, not only being the timekeeper, but the scribe, or the chap or the gal who's always asking the deeper question, because it tells you that there's something going on upstairs. You're not just a passenger, you're not just listening. Yeah? Come on, Trevor, you wanted to come in.
So the point I wanted to make is that sometimes the conversations that you have over lunch, over a coffee with a potential interviewee is more meaningful and revealing about what they like and what they may bring. So your skill set is vitally important, but it's how you communicate and how you fit in that communication with others.
Okay, all right, yeah, Ladan wants to come in, and then we'll choose another question. Okay. My preference is boy, girl, so I'm looking for that female hand, then I'll have another male hand. Yeah. Okay.
So I assess about 50 candidates a week, every week, and I've had for the past year and a half. And when you tend to assess lots of candidates, you tend to see some trends. My favorite candidates, the best candidates, are those who come in and they connect with people. They get to know the person they're speaking to, everyone they're speaking to. They want to make the best of the day. So my advice to you is don't panic, please don't panic. Go in there enjoying yourself, getting to know your future colleagues or your future people in your future network. And that way you'll do much better than you think.
Absolutely. Okay, I'm looking for that female hand now. I'm only saying, but if there's a hot question from a boy, oh no, there's a lady, yeah.
Me? I'm Ladan. Yeah.
You spoke about keywords for commercial acumen.
Yeah.
What ones would you say?
Yeah. Okay.
Good question.
Yeah.
Good question.
Okay. The thing about commercial acumen is that the two worst things that you can do is A, coming into your interview or assessment center having done zero research into anything. And the second worst thing that you can do is just bombard people with keywords and not having actually any awareness of what they mean. And this happens all the time. What you need to do well is to start familiarizing yourself with the content. So for me, student recruitment, I'm always reading student recruitment blogs. So the ISC, I'm always on the ISC, Target Jobs, that's basically what we look after as student recruiters. But say you're interested in cybersecurity, you want to follow a cyber blog, you want to follow a cyber YouTuber, you want to follow a cyber LinkedIn page, Instagram page. So that passively you start building that awareness of what's out there. And those keywords, they will come to you. I'm saying cybersecurity could be investment banking. I'm thinking of, for example, Wall Street Oasis, which is really big. Or if you want to go into audit, there's the Big Four accountant. For consulting, there's consulting comedy. This content exists. It's for you to grab it and to really just enjoy it, and so that you show that you're basically halfway there, and all you need is the job done. Does that help you?
Excellent. Let's hear from the panel members. How do you feel about that question?
Yeah, that's a good question. But the other thing, because I've been involved in doing interviews with medics and vets, and the subject is not important, but what's really key is to make sure you've got also a wide, diverse knowledge base. Be aware of current topics that are coming up. So as Trevor mentioned, in terms of holding a conversation, that's really important. And as mentioned before, and I think a common theme, in fact, our first speaker, Stephanie, mentioned this as well. It's about doing your research. And that's really important. And we've even done mock interviews. And I remember doing one about Foot Locker. And the person that won it knew so much about trainers. But it's that transferable skill that's really important. So make sure you are well versed in what, if you can, in different topic areas. What's the current topic of today? Or it's things like that can really help in your conversation and discussion.
Absolutely.
We have our interns will go through a competency-based question and a technical question in the interview. Now, the technical question, which is close to what business acumen is, it reflects on the candidate. So, for example, if you're doing a business finance degree and you've done a Spring Insight or an internship in finance, your technical questions will reflect that. But if you're studying, if you're applying for a summer internship, it's your first introduction into banking, and you're applying for a role, we won't ask you too much things that you think are overtly financial technical if you haven't got a finance degree. It'd be more about logical reasoning and how you get to the answer. So then it will always reflect on the person that we're talking to. And it also at the level you're going into. So if you are applying for a summer internship, that's probably your first footstep into banking. We're not going to expect you to know ins and outs of banking technical questions, because that's just not fair. And also it doesn't reflect your competency fairly. But we'll ask you, that doesn't mean you should not do, like I said, read current affairs, read up on things, because obviously that does reflect back to the question of, do you want to work in investment banking?
Yeah.
Lovely. Any more comments? Okay, I'm looking for, a guy. Thank you.
My question is more so along the lines of the financial sector. So it's like, where do you see blockchain technology being a part to play in that industry and that recruitment within blockchain as well?
Can you repeat that question?
The Bank of England.
Yeah, we'll just have the question. Can you just repeat that question? So,
what role does blockchain play in financial services? Yeah. That's your question.
Okay.
Well, Andrew Bailey, governor of the bank, says that he doesn't think that crypto has any value. So that's a view of someone who's on the regulatory side. Blockchain has a role to play, because blockchain is just a simple technology which allows you to track the history of every transaction. And the technology to enable you to do that electronically is developing fast. And clearly it's going to be a very useful tool across a range of industries. Whether or not it's going to be useful for financial transactions, i.e. money that you can spend in the shops, has yet to be proven. So my short answer is, there's potential value in using blockchain for electronic money. Crypto is just one form. Your debit card and your credit cards, they're all electronic money. And, but you can spend them in the shops. They're backed by central banks. They're backed by a government, most cases. And so there is no bearer of last demand in crypto at the moment. So its future is still very uncertain, and if central banks do that, then the problem with the blockchain is that if you have a central bank that issues this sort of electronic money, it'll be able to track everything that you've ever done with a transaction, and it'll follow you wherever you are, and a lot of people are very unhappy with that. So
anybody else want to comment on that, or is that too specialist?
Yeah. Too specialist.
Yeah.
Okay, lovely. Happy? Okay, let me move on from that, because here's what I'd like to do, is to get all those great questions out about employability skills, because it's quite a broad subject. Now, I've got a chap there, but I'm looking to see if there is a lady who would like to put a question before I bring him in. Okay, that's fair enough. Sir, your question. Or Dr. Palmer. I'm a stickler for that sort of detail.
That's a good question, and I really want to broaden it to undergrads. So in terms of science, if anyone's interested in science, but more importantly, when you think of a 3-year degree, you know, there's a key thing. You know, there's up to 40% of young people now have a degree. The question is, this is something Trevor and I spoke at lunchtime, how can you differentiate? And more importantly, you only have 2 summers, technically speaking. So you want to use that time to develop additional skills. In terms of science, you'd be amazed how many bio-incubators there are in London. For example, where universities have got buildings that they're renting for startup companies. You'd be amazed how many. London's got a large number. And so it's about connecting with them. Secondly, one of the key things you can do, and this applies to any discipline, the majority of academics in most universities are doing some form of research, whether it's economics, history, or science. And they normally do that in the summer, because that's the only time they've got, because they're so busy marking. Anyway, we won't talk about that. So often approach them to say, look, what are you doing in the summer? Are you doing any activities or any research? Because that relates to, there are hundreds of what we call learned societies. So most disciplines have a learned society, whether it's the history society, genetic society, whatever it is, the law society. And they will also have money for students to do interns. And I know Wayne and others may be talking about this, but equally, there is a drive now for university to increase diversity. So there are opportunities specifically for black students as well. So from that point of view, do look out and do the research. In terms of PhDs, that's potentially one avenue you may want to consider. Because again, given the number of undergrads that are out there, it might be interesting and worthwhile in terms of being competitive to do maybe a master's, or indeed if you want to do a PhD. But I really want to make sure, we're talking about employability, think you've only got 2 summers and just get an opportunity to do anything that can increase your employability skills.
Okay, Ledan, did you want to come in and then I'll bring Lulu?
We have what we call the Black Talent in Business and Black Talent in Tech programs. It's essentially, for Black Talent in Business, it will be a 3-day insight program where you network with leaders of Black heritage in the company. You, for example, if you're interested in actuarial services, audit, consulting, tech, you name it, we have it. You'll be shadowing them, learning about the role. What happens after those 3 days is that you're converted to either a summer internship if you're in your first year of education, or to a graduate scheme, which means a full-time job offer if you're in your penultimate year of education. So remember this, tell everyone you know, and again, please apply.
Lovely, thank you.
I was just going to say, if you don't manage to secure a summer internship or any work experience, I think the best thing you can do for yourself is start something, or try to start something, even if you don't start it. Make a plan. Let them see that you have interest outside of just your uni work, because most of the interviews that I actually enjoyed, I spoke about what I did outside of uni, or even what I did in the societies I was part of, committee of. And those were the interviews that I either got to final stage or just enjoyed the experience more, because it wasn't just about what do you do at uni or what do you do. Yeah, it's increasingly more about like what else do you have to offer. Most people go to uni, so it's what else do you do? And who are you as a person? What do you have interest in? One of my interviews, we only spoke about my food blog, for instance. And she was talking about how she has a food blog. This is a partner in a consulting firm. That was literally all we spoke about. So yeah.
Lovely.
No, I'll just follow up on what she said. The reason why extracurriculars are so important, because it's a fantastic way of you validating your competency. A lot of people don't understand is that, everyone tells me the skills they have, and everyone tells me the skills they have. And that's the problem, because I don't believe none of you. So it's the idea is obviously show me where you develop those things. And you do so many amazing things outside university, in the university, that can validate those competencies, because then I can visualize you using them. And that's the whole point of that idea.
Yeah. I mean, I think I'd like to reiterate all of the points made really well. It was the discussion we were having earlier on about interviews and assessments, and the fact that the conversations you have are as important as doing the assessment itself. Because if everyone scores well in the assessment, how do you differentiate between them? So you may differentiate between them based on their character and personality, their interests inside and outside of the workplace, what they've done in the past to make themselves more employable. So, for example, it is always a great idea to write into an organization or organizations that work in the sector that you want to work in one day, offer to come into the office and do one day or a few days and say you'll do it for free because you're really keen on understanding more. And I used to do that at Lloyd's. We used to have Bankers' Day or Bankers' Children's Day, or I mentored many, many people who would come in for a day or a couple of days, and that really meant that they could put it down on their CV when they're applying for jobs in future. So I'd recommend you do that.
Lovely, thank you. Now, I think it must be a young lady's turn. Who's that? Yeah, right here in front of me. Yes, your question.
So my name is Faye. So I have more of a scientific background, but I just finished my biomedical science course, and I was wondering, with a lot of job applications, I find that they always ask for at least 5 years of experience or masters things. But
Hold the mic closer.
sorry. So what advice would you give for someone who's just come out of their bachelor's degree but is not yet going into a master's but is looking for a role in a more professional corporate field?
Okay.
So there's a couple of things you probably need to do is network, build relationships, start getting to know people. Because obviously you went through a whole cycle of not engaging with the sector. Because obviously, in Credit Suisse, we'll have Spring Insight Weeks targeted at people in the first and second year, summer internships, final year internships for final year students, and also graduates and master's programs as well. And the fact that you haven't engaged in any of that, but then you want to come think about applying for us, kind of makes it, well, why now? So one thing what you would have to do for yourself in your position is, one, start networking. Events like this are important, but also other events that they're running to get visibility with people that are out there, to understand more what they're looking for. And also find an internship. There's a lot of internships that you can still do after you finish university. Like, for example, we have a what we call final year, but it's our autumn internship from September to November. And that's mostly target people in their final year or graduating.
Can I also ask, so I did do an extra year of placement here.
Okay, so that's good. Yes.
But sometimes
You
need 5 years
No.
of experience to get into it.
Well, not for a graduate opportunity for us.
Okay.
I would just focus on, don't tell me anything about your job. Tell me what you've learned in that environment. Tell me what skills you developed in that environment. That's transferable to me.
Okay.
And then you're making that work for you.
Anyone else who'd like to comment? Give the panel a cue. No one else on the panel? Okay, yeah. Madame?
So at PwC, we will never ask about your CV, which means we will never, ever ask you about what you did before you applied to us. This is what I meant by we are an equal opportunity employer. We will never ask for that, which means that if you've only said you've never done anything before, this is fine for us, because we will take you as you are and we will turn you into the perfect PwC employee. That's one thing I wanted you to know. I forgot the other thing I wanted to say, so maybe you'll come back to me and I'll tell you afterwards.
Well, while you're thinking it through, you probably just need to be more discriminatory in terms of who you apply to, because if you're just coming out of academia, you ain't going to have 5 years experience of working. So maybe you should defer applying to firms where that's part of the application.
That was what I wanted to say.
There you go.
Exactly what I wanted to say.
There you go.
If you apply to an early careers role, student recruit role, you will never see that in the job description, never. But if you go into Indeed and look up the first job that you see, you'll see 3 years worth of experience, 5 years worth. That won't be for you. That won't be for you.
Does that help? Okay, I'm looking for a guy to this, this gentleman here.
Hi, my name is Samson, and the question I've got is fairly general. It's basically saying, what was you doing in your early to mid-20s in order to get to where you are today? And also, what would you recommend doing to boost your professional development if you're already in a role?
Okay.
Okay.
It'd be good to hear that from each of you, actually. Could be entertaining.
Okay. In my 20s, I was at university. I don't have actually quite a linear career progression, what you would call. My career history looks more like a roller coaster. or like I'd say like a heart monitor, up, down, flat line for a bit, up, down, flat line for a bit. And that's because obviously I didn't have things like this when I was at university. And I did not know how to best go about it, and I have the education or the understanding of these things. So for me, it was more, at 20s, it was more trial and error, and as well as working and studying. So in terms of, what's the other bit of the question, the skills part?
What would you need to boost your professional development?
So,
what would you need to boost your professional development?
Yeah. How would you boost it?
Back then, just checking my ego. Checking my ego. And also just listen to comprehend, not listen just to respond.
Lovely. Each of you. Could be entertaining. No, in my early 20s, I was working and studying. Definitely. And I had a vision of what I didn't want to do. I mean, one of the best things, by the way, just anecdotally, my father ever did for me was to take me to work with him. When I was 16 or 17, he was a painter and decorator, and I thought, there's no way I'm doing this when I get to his age. It's way too hard. There's got to be an easier way, right? So that's the best thing he ever did for me. By the way, I've got to come clean. Donald and I are related. So he's laughing at this because he recognizes what I'm saying. So early 20s, I had a vision of what I wanted to do, and I was working towards that. Development in a role is to go on all the courses you possibly can in the firm that you work for. Do extra stuff. That's what gets you spotted by those higher up. You see, you can be in a nice job, it's comfortable, but in 5 or 10 years' time, you're thinking, why haven't they promoted me, for crying out loud? I'm brilliant, I'm fantastic. You know, your ego kicks in. And you're wondering what's going on. Well, what's going on is you haven't proven that you're different to everyone else that's in that role. Because guess what? No one's in that role if they're rubbish. They wouldn't be in that role. You know, people if you're in a senior position and you're doing really an important job, you've got to be doing it well, particularly in the private sector. So, well, I say that. In any sector, I should be clear about that.
Any sector.
And so, yeah, you differentiate yourself by doing all of the necessary or extra courses that makes you better than the role you're currently in. So you're ready for the next step. You're prepared yourself already, looking forward to being promoted. And you've got proof that you're ready to step up. Brilliant. That's what you need to do. Lolu?
I'm 25, so I don't really know how much.
It's never too soon to start.
I think, well, I'll give you a bit of background. So I started at PwC on the grad scheme in September 2019, and I got promoted to senior associate last year. And I think, and I just got promoted again, but I think, and I just moved roles within PwC to a different business unit. So I think my thing is don't be afraid to try new things. Because when I first started, I was like, okay, I have the job, I'm just gonna stay here in this role and just progress. But then after like 1 year, when we went into lockdown, I was like, actually, I think I could do something else. And I waited 1 year before I applied. So after I got promoted, I was like, started talking to people, networking. Where else do you think I can actually do well? You know me, you worked with me for 2 years. Where else can I succeed? So we have this really amazing thing at PwC called the transfer window, where you basically, they open up roles internally for people already in the company to apply somewhere else. So I applied through that and I got something else and I started and I've been in it for 3 months and I really enjoy it way more than what I was doing before. But if I was just like, okay, too comfortable, just let me stay here and see how it goes, I wouldn't know I could actually do way better and enjoy what I'm doing way more in this new role. Absolutely. So I think it's, don't be afraid to try and don't be afraid to fail. Because now I'm a senior associate in this new role. There's other senior associates, I know the least, but I ask questions. I'm not afraid to be like, I don't know. Every team I join, every project I go on, I'm like, I don't know anything, I just joined, but I'm willing to learn.
Lovely. Donald, did you want to come in? And then we're going to wrap it up because we're over time.
So my 20s, well, you know, that wasn't too long ago, you know. Wayne,
40
stop
years
that.
ago.
Oh, yeah, so I'm trying to think, in my 20s. So one of the things I remember, I went to university of the wonderful Bradford, and so a couple of things I can think of. One, I remember I was in a number of different societies at uni. So, you know, get involved. And the other thing was, at that time, there was an opportunity to do an industrial year. And I thought, no, I want to do my 3 years and get out and earn money. But I just thought about it. I tell you what, I will. And I actually got an opportunity to work for AstraZeneca for a year in Manchester, which was one of the best things that I ever did, because it actually got me to recognize how the field of work. And that was a real important, because once I graduated, that's how I actually got my first job, because I actually worked a year in industry.
Brilliant.
And also, because Trevor and I are related, my father did the same thing. So my father worked on the buses as a bus conductor. So he took me there traveling around London, and I went, I don't want to be a bus conductor. So he gets clearly some. But the key thing, and this is what I say to young people, is that when you're in an environment, and this is what you've said, is to try different things. And in fact, I remember one of the advice that Stephanie gave, which is the case, is to keep on learning.
Absolutely. Okay, Ladan, thank you for the intro. Panel members, thank you very much for being honest. And the session's now come to an end. So okay. Round of applause for them, please. Okay, thanks everybody.
Can we give them another round of applause? Oh, okay. I really enjoyed that. Okay. I have a task for you all. I'm going to need everyone to come to the front, and we're going to take a picture with huge smiles because we're having a great time, right? Right? Yeah! Okay, can everyone please come forward so we can take a lovely picture? Pardon? Come down to here. Okay, come down.
That was good.
Everyone's smiling.
And I didn't abuse your goodwill too much. I didn't abuse your goodwill too much by bringing you in.
Yeah.
BGCC
73. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, BGCC
73. Okay, do it now?
Yeah,
or after the joke?
or when they go back up.
Okay then.
Because we've got to
So
get
you're going to be in the picture
Are you from
back
comms?
here? What do you think?
Do you work for the college in comms?
No, I'm just with my dad.
Well,
who's your dad?
Wait.
Will you be blocked by all
Nice to meet you, Rebekah.
Handshake.
Super formal. Their favorite item, their favorite workshop.
So I liked the time with Stephanie.
You like Stephanie's talk? I like Stephanie's talk too.
Yeah, I really like Stephanie's talk.
Anybody else? While we're settling, I'm going to pick on someone. You just came, so I'm not going to pick it. My friend with the green hair. What's your favorite thing? What's your favorite item been today? The talk on entrepreneurship by the Enterprise Lab. Yeah, that was great. So one other thing, I'll speak a tiny bit more about it at the end, but we really hope you do consider Imperial for perhaps a postgrad, second undergrad, don't do a second undergrad, but your postgrad or something. And you will have access to these amazing facilities like the Enterprise Lab. So now I've finished talking, so I'm going to hand back over to Ebuka to introduce our last event. Cool. Am I on again?
Just to say, we will be sending out some emails asking for your feedback or an external evaluator to see how much, if you enjoyed it or not, and get some tips for changing things if we need to, and try and raise some funds for doing it again next year, hopefully. Just to please answer those emails.
Yeah. Pardon? Come in at 5. Are we ready? No? Okay. Shall we tell some? We can wait. Guys, I have a great joke. Okay. Knock, knock. Amos. A mosquito. Okay. Guys, that was funny. Okay, knock, knock. This is not the energy I need. We're about to have the last event. It's going to be great. I'm telling you a really funny joke. Yeah. Knock, knock. Anna. Another mosquito. Okay. I got a really funny one. Huh? Have you got that one? Knock, knock. No one's there because we're playing Knockdown Ginger. It's Knockdown Ginger and a knock, guys. No, that's funny. Wow. I know the people watching online think I was funny. That was funny. I know. Okay. Okay, does anybody have a funnier joke? So no, if no funnier jokes exist, then that means my joke was the funniest. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to hand over to Ebuka in just a second. So I guess I should tell you another joke. No, I'm joking. I don't think anybody wants that. It's okay. Does anybody else have a joke? I think we should talk. We should get to know each other. This is...
Actually, it's not a joke. It's not a joke. How many of you have Twitter in here? Just to show of hands, does anyone have Twitter? If you don't mind, could you please all follow this account? It is called, hang on a minute.
BGCC.
I love the...
BGCC 73.
Yeah, so just to repeat that,
Yeah,
that's
follow.
BGCC73.
Why should you follow it? Why should they follow it? Why wouldn't you want to follow it? It's the Black Graduate Careers Conference account. Yeah. I don't see any reason. Come on, BGCC73. Okay, thank you, Ebuka. Bye-bye.
All right, so I hope we've had a bit of fun. You know, Rebekah has been trying to, I don't know, do her joke thing. But yeah, guys, so first of all, I just really want to say thank you all so much for being here. You know, you're the main reason that this conference has taken place. So first of all, before we even go on to our next speaker, I want all of us to give each of us a round of applause for being here. So we've all had a fantastic day and I've learned so much, but on to our second keynote speaker, who is somebody, as I was looking at his credentials, I was thinking, man, you guys are in for a treat. But his name is Jonathan Crawford, and he's currently an executive director at Goldman Sachs. And just a brief kind of summary of what he's done over the past few years. So he did a master's degree at Imperial in mechanical engineering. Mechanical engineering. He also did a master's degree in entrepreneurship at Cambridge. And also, aside from his career in investment banking, he's also been an entrepreneur finalist in the Mayor of London competitions. And also, he's been a running and football ambassador at Adidas. So guys, without further ado, let me introduce all of you to Jonathan. Please, a round of applause.
Thank you. Wonderful. So you can hear me. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I know what it's like being the last person before you and free food and drink, so I promise I'll try not to be too boring. My intention is that this session is going to be as interactive as possible, and I really want you to drive it to the extent you can. Firstly, wonderful presentation earlier. I was listening on YouTube, so I have a hard act to follow, and I love your energy. If you ever need a job, call me afterwards, honestly. It's wonderful. To all of you, the first thing I would say is how inspiring it is to see you. So I walked into Imperial about 13 years ago into this lecture theatre, and there wasn't a black person in sight. So 2 of my best mates from Imperial to this day, it took me like a good 48 hours to find them. And they're both black people. Like I was at ACS, I was at the football club, and they were nowhere to be seen. So a credit to what the staff are doing, and you're building a great thing here. So, you know, thank you for allowing me to be a small part of it. Now, how I expect to run this session today is I want to do as little talking as possible, quite frankly. So I'll give you a brief intro into my background, what I've been getting up to for the last few years to the extent it's helpful for you. I will intentionally keep it vague because I want you to question me on it, ask me whatever is on your mind. Following my initial thoughts, I've also got some pictures on the slide, and the intention of those pictures are to pull out some stories and learnings that have been impactful for me over the years, and hopefully I can share a few of those stories with you. But equally, you know, feel free to ask me any question you have on your mind. It's the last session of the day. Honestly, there are no rules, no question is off limits. Whether it's blockchain or anything else, you can, I'll give it a go to the extent I can. Does that all make sense? Yes. Wonderful. So, John Crawford, thanks again for the kind words. So, actually, my story begins clearly a few years before all my educational studies. So, I'm Jamaican by heritage. I was born to a very Jamaican mother. And a British father, though of Jamaican descent, and I make that distinction because, as Wayne knows, they are very, very different people, and their heritages define that. And they are honestly the most wonderful parents, and I could stand here today and talk to you for hours and hours about the amazing stories I've had from my childhood over the years. But the key thing that I want to convey that's been really important to me is the messages that they gave my brother and I about being well-rounded, disciplined, and excelling in whatever we do. And that was sort of exemplified in our upbringing. So literally everything that a child can do, we were doing it, like work, studies, tuition after school, football, swimming, playing instruments. They were like on it. And to the point my aunts and uncles were like, what are you doing? Like, are you turning them into robots? But it was amazing for us. And as I grew up and started to interview for universities and interview for jobs, as some of the speakers have told you earlier today in the previous session, all of those things became talking points. They became platforms upon which I could network with people and build relationships, and they were super important. So the thesis around being rounded and balanced is really, really important, and your education at university extends far beyond what you're taught academically. So fast forward, I come to Imperial about 13 years ago to study mechanical engineering, having done my GCSEs and A-levels, of course. Had a super time here. One of the things that I really loved about this place was exactly what I just said. Everything is available for you. You can study as much as you want. The facilities are incredible. You can partake in all of the extracurricular activities. My particular one was football. And then this is actually my lecture theatre, so I did mechanical engineering, and that degree was fantastic for me because after you got your first 2 years foundation maths and physics and the like, the next 2 years could be totally driven by you as a student. So even though I was studying mechanical engineering and that's what was written on my degree paper, I built an app and I worked in the aero department on aircraft engines, and it was incredible. All of that notwithstanding, I ended up in finance for the money, which I'll tell you about later. But that's what happened. Once I graduated, I did a master's at Cambridge in entrepreneurship because despite the internships I'd done in finance, I was convinced I wanted to do my own business. I still am and still do bits and pieces on the side, which you're free to ask me about a little bit later. But day job was from the moment I left university in investment banking, and I'm at Goldman now and have been so for the last 2 years, but in between Imperial and there, I was at JP Morgan, Santander and Nomura. And in my role now, I work with infrastructure private equity funds. I'm a director in the infra financing team. And what that effectively does is it allows private equity funds to invest in critical businesses throughout Europe, the Middle East and Africa. So that's things like hospitals, roads, renewable energy, all of the things that are sort of ESG friendly and taking us forward. And actually it's a great space to be in and gives me some purpose while I'm at work. So, as I said, that's it from me. Intentionally very brief. And now I'd like to hand over to you. So you can pick a picture, you can ask me anything based on what we discussed, and we'll take the rest of the session in the direction you'd like to go in. So who's the brave person that wants to be first? The gentleman. Tell me what your name is, what you're studying, what you're doing. I'd love to hear.
My name is Phil. I'm a graduate in computer science.
Yep.
My question is, I'll do a little bit of voice, I guess. So what's with Clash Jackson and K57? What's the story of them?
50 Cent. So actually this is one of my favorite ones. So my dad's a funny guy. He's a very funny guy. In fact, both of my parents are, because they're strict, traditional Caribbean parents in one sense, but they're both extremely liberal. So if I'm playing 50 Cent and I look around at the corner of my eye, I see my dad tapping his feet like this. But if I turn around, he stops because he's like, oh, the music is too vulgar, blah, 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 but he loves it really. And I'm really open. I love rap music and all sorts. And the reason why I use 50 as an example, and it's something that my dad has come to realize, is that we can learn lessons from everyone we interact with. So he's got a wonderful book, which I don't know if any of you read. It's called Hustle Harder, Hustle Smarter. Superb book. And it goes beyond the sort of rapper that you're used to and into the entrepreneur and the businessman, takes you through his upbringing. And the guy's an extremely smart guy. And you know, one of the things that, for example, my brother has learned is the power of a vision board. So my brother at the beginning of the year writes down whatever random ambitious plans he has for that year, sticks it on his wall. He wakes up every morning, prays in front of it, and that forms his goals for the rest of the year. And since he's been doing that, he's hit every single one of those goals and smashed them out of the park. And what I learned from that is, as I said, you can learn a little bit from everyone. So when we're taking feedback, when we're meeting people, always have an open mind. So it doesn't matter what these people are, what their background is, who they're, what it seems like their profession looks like. Just because I'm a director at Goldman Sachs, it doesn't mean I know more than the guy that sweeps the streets necessarily, and you should give us both the same credibility, listen to us both in the same way. It may be that you ignore 90% of what I say and take 10%, but just remember that everyone you come into interaction with can teach you something, and even if it's something small, it can be something that's powerful. That make sense? Yeah. And by the way, feel free to challenge me on anything I say as well. you know, these are just my thoughts and my musings more than anything else. I saw the gentleman and then the lady behind.
Hello, my name is Marvin. I study material science and engineering in the second year.
Nice to meet you, Marvin.
Nice to meet you. Thank you for being here. My question is related to the football and specifically Neymar.
Yeah.
So, I myself am an avid football fan, football player, and I feel like most of my relationships at university have come through football.
Yeah.
And I just want to ask you, that aid you in any way into the career of the person you are now, or is it just an extracurricular?
So that's a fantastic question. So I'll tell you the Neymar story afterwards, but I'll answer your question first. Absolutely. So the first graduate job that I got off the back of university at Nomura was via football. So they had sponsored our football team, and someone asked me, oh, can you come and play at this tournament? I was like, yeah, whatever, I'll go and play. Because I was actually intended to join another firm, and I had signed the contract to join that other firm. So I played football. It was a great game. We won, of course. Had a chat with the person. By the way, I'm super competitive at football. I don't like to lose, ever. So we won, and I was speaking to the recruiters after, and they were like, hey, like everyone that's turned up to this football event, we're giving them an interview. Do you want to come? And I was like, yeah, why not? Sometimes these things are an opportunity. You know, long story short, that turned out to be the best decision I ever made. I turned down the job I was meant to go to. Still amazing friends with that person to this day, and they're a mentor of mine, and they, you know, there's no hard feelings between us, but Nomura was the place for me. It was a place where I built important relationships with clients, where I learned amazing things, and were it not for the training there, I would not have got the subsequent jobs I had. So football has played a big part in where I've got to today. Equally, it's a talking point. So one of the things that I'll tell you later, if you drill me on it, is coming back to this point about balance. If you're able to talk about different topics with different people, it increases your ability to network. So football is the tool for me, but it can be music, it can be current affairs, it can be history, whatever it is to you. Those few interests you have, they're tools to connect with people, and that's how you sort of build relationships. Now, the story on Neymar in particular, since you brought that up, is one about how we view life. And forgive me for being slightly philosophical here. This is something I've realized recently, and I've been, you know, spreading this message like a good preacher. So very often in life, and it starts from when we're a child, we are always told about like points in time for right or wrong. So as a kid, it's like, oh, you need to go to university, you need to get the best degree, you need to get this job, work with this firm, you need to get this wife or this husband, you need to have these children or this car or whatever. And yeah, it's great and it drives us, but in reality, these things are sort of kind of flimsy and fleeting, because once you actually get them, you realize it's all a big anticlimax. And then if you don't get them, you're super disappointed because you've made all of these sacrifices and all of this hard work for something that you haven't been able to realize. And it's not to say that goals aren't important, because they are. And it's not to say hard work isn't important, because it is. But the message I want to give you is that life is more of a continuum and you need to enjoy the journey. So Neymar is a wonderful footballer, one of my favorite. But he's recently come out and talked about how the fame is an issue for him. He doesn't enjoy his football anymore. He's not even able to enjoy his family's birthdays because of all of the pressure if they lose a game. And it just got me thinking about how we are so obsessed with, you know, these like finite points in time. And it's really, really important for us in whatever we decide to do to enjoy the journey as well. So, sorry, I hope that answered your question. It was a bit of a ramble. My apologies.
I just want to add something.
Yeah, of course.
Obviously, coming from like minority ethnic background, it's like I feel like goals and stand-up points are something that actually helps us to move forward, because you don't have necessarily like role models above us. So what do you think about that?
Yeah, so I absolutely think goals are great, but I think that there should be a lasting purpose to them. So I'll give you the example. I told you earlier that I went into finance for the money. That is a fact, 100% true. But there is a deeper purpose. So I came from a poor family. To be honest, I didn't know I was poor until I started to go to school. Like I saw all of these cars and I was like, well, is this how people really live? But when I realized that, and I realized that at a relatively young age, I understood the sacrifices my parents were making for me. So I thought when I started to work, I needed to be able to make enough money to look after them so they never had to worry about anything, you know. And so even though, you know, superficially my goal may have been a bit superficial, it's like I was just going for the money, actually there was always a greater purpose to it, and that was a genuine one. So if my goal is not just, oh, I want to make money to buy a house, but it is, I need to have enough sustainable income to look after my family, it's a more of a continual goal. So again, I'm not saying goals are bad, they're fantastic, I set them all the time. I'm just saying the type of goals and the reasons behind them have to be a bit purer than we're often told. Yeah, thanks. Sorry, I'm coming to you. There was a lady just behind.
Pretty much answered my question. I was going to ask, Simon Sinek did a lecture about the reason behind why.
Yeah.
And I was going to ask, why did you go into investment banking?
Yeah, exactly. I'll touch upon it a little bit more for you, but no problem. Sorry. Hello, Judith. Do you remember that film? Have you seen it? Yeah, it's a good film. Do you want me to tell you the truth or lie? No, so by the way, so when I was, how old was I when this came out? I was younger, I won't tell you my age. There were like 3 or 4 films I had on repeat. This was one of them, Barbershop was another one, and Fighting Temptations with Beyonce. I love that film. I'm a sucker for a musical. It's the nerd inside me. But aside from my slightly dodgy film choice, so for those of you who don't know, it's a comedy film, it's a laugh, it's a great film, but essentially what the Wayans brothers were doing is they were dressing up as white females in order to solve a crime. Again, very funny story. But when I watch it now, I actually think about the experience of many of us that come from ethnic minority background, or in fact, any minority group. It could be ethnically, it could be gender-wise, it could be LGBT, whatever it may be. And it is the requirement to conform and to fit in. Now, for a long, long time, this has been something that, like, I speak from my experience as a black man, is something that people have had to do or felt they had to do. Like, listen to the way I speak, for example. I don't speak like a Jamaican does. Like, why is my voice anglicized? You know, why, as a black female, for example, is it frowned upon to have your natural hair and you have to have European style hair, or whatever it may be? So why is there this need to conform? And I've never really liked it. And if there's anything that I've noticed in the professional world post George Floyd, is the desire for organizations to understand what it's like and to create a more inclusive environment. Now, that's clearly fantastic, and in my own firm, I'm seeing that a lot, by the way. It's not just lip service. People are actually making real effort. So we have reverse mentoring, we have open discussions about race at work and gender equality. We have schemes designed to promote people from minority backgrounds. We have schemes designed to create critical mass, to also understand the intersection between race issues and social mobility issues, and how by correcting social mobility issues, we correct race issues. So we're doing a fantastic job. There's a long way to go, and we're nowhere near where we need to be, but there has been a genuine change. So you all, as the next generation, what I would implore you is to use this to your advantage. So actually, you're in a unique position that many of our forefathers haven't been in, where it's actually a good thing to be black. So you're going to stand out. I get job offers on a bi-weekly basis, right? Like, I'd like to think it's because I'm decent at my job, but there is another element to it, because people realize that diversity is important and we need to build critical mass. But it also comes with an obligation. So when we go into the workplace, we have to be as good as our parents have told us we can be. So my parents, and I'm sure many of yours are the same, has said that I need to be twice as good as my counterpart to even stand level with them at the start line. And as sad advice as that is, it's actually wonderful advice, right? If you live your life thinking you need to be twice as good as everyone else, guess what? You're going to be at least like 1.5 times as good as them, right? So when we step into the organizations we're in, remember that, number one. Number two, remember the requirement to pay forward what you're doing. So what do I mean by that? When you're in your organizations and you're doing a wonderful job, which I have no doubt that you will do, what happens with the next generation? Are you trying to look after them? Because critical mass is important. One of my business mentors at work, a lovely lady, so she is doing amazing things for women at Goldman, and actually the key to her success is building critical mass. So I do client meetings with her where I'm the only guy, and it's amazing. There's like 5 women and just me. I've honestly, in 10 years, I've never seen that before. So it's wonderful. We need to do exactly the same thing on the race side. And actually, that means being a bit selfless sometimes. So like at my job now, yeah, maybe I could pick up these phone calls and quite frankly get paid double the money I have. But one, I've already, in the process of satisfying my financial objective of looking after my family. But 2, I recognize the ability or the requirement I have to pay it forward and to look after the next generation. And that's what keeps me in my role today as well. And then final point on this matter, because I know I'm giving you a fair amount, is the fact that you may step into organizations where you're the only one or one of a few means you stand out for good or for bad. So make it for good, right? So I regularly, and I genuinely mean regularly, walk into conferences now where I'm the only black person. And I'll have these people walking up to me and saying, "Oh, John, it's nice to see you." And the most embarrassing thing happened last week where a dude came up to me and said, "Oh, it's lovely to see you." And I was like, "Oh, hey, I'm John Crawford, I work at Goldman." He's like, "You were in my office last week." And I was like, "Oh, yeah, I remember, sorry." And then I said something like eloquent to get myself out of the situation. But what it means is I am memorable. So even though I had forgotten this guy, because I genuinely see hundreds of people every week, he had remembered me because I'm the only one that looks like me. That has probably walked into his office. So I need to make sure that every interaction I'm having with these people is a good one, right? And we're going to mess up. Like we do it all the time. I do it all the time. But in general, if we bear that in mind, we'll do a good job. Did that answer your question? Okay. Look, I think and it's a comment I'll make a bit later, but strengths and weaknesses are closely aligned. I really believe that statement. And one of the things that has made it difficult as a black person has given us a strength, and a robustness. I genuinely believe in the strength of the lived black experience and what we've had to go through. I can stand in my peer group now and no one's been stopped and searched. No one's been stopped and strip searched. No one's been thrown in the jail because of the color of their skin. By the way, I have all 3 of those things. Those things have given me a robustness and a resilience that other people just don't have. And yeah, it's hard, right? We get it, and I know it. I know it myself. And it's not that you need to feel the pressure of taking the weight of the world on your shoulders. But we have to feel some responsibility, and responsibility is a good thing. I believe that. So, you're very welcome. Sorry, I know I had half answered your question, right? So do you mind if I go to the back?
Yeah.
All right, sorry. I didn't get your name, by the way.
Samson.
Nice to meet you, Samson.
Hi, I'm Rebekah, archaeology and anthropology.
Nice to meet you.
To bring down the architect regime first practice in South Africa. But I just wanted to know why you chose to put him up there and probably how specifically he inspired you.
Yeah, sorry, it sounds like you've been inspired by him. What's your story? I'll tell you mine, but
I don't really have a story. So I grew up in Mozambique, which is
yeah.
South Africa.
Yeah.
So I often probably just watched on TV and you see how people who grow up, black people specifically who grow up in places like the UK and America, how they idolize Mandela. And I know his history. I don't know everything about him, but I know his history and story. He's been to Robben Island on a holiday, things like that. But I'm just kind of curious to know how he specifically inspires you. Personally, he doesn't really inspire me. I understand the struggle, and he's actually done a lot for South Africa. But I don't have a personal connection to him as a figure.
Sure. So here's the thing, and I kind of started answering it because you asked me the follow-up question. Nelson Mandela, for me, exemplifies two things. So one, resilience and forgiveness. Sorry, I said one thing. Three things. Resilience and forgiveness being two, but then dealing with frustration, which I guess is kind of linked to resilience, being the third thing. So what do I mean by that? So he's got a super interesting story where he was a very aggressive man about his cause. In my opinion, he needed to be. He was thrown in prison for a long time. He came out of prison, forgave his oppressors, and was relatively instrumental in trying to move South Africa forward. I look at South Africa today. Has it moved forward? Yes. Is it where it should be? Absolutely not. So when I look at him as an individual, I think he's absolutely remarkable, and that the lessons of resilience that we can learn from that are important. But the real lesson, and it's, as I said, it's kind of related to not taking the weight of the world on your shoulders, is that despite all he did, yes, he moved things forward, but if he was alive today and could speak for himself, is South Africa in 2022 really where he wants it to be? No, I don't think it is. Does that mean that we should give up? No, I don't think it does. And do we still have to keep moving forward with the same gusto and the same energy and the same principles that he tried to live by? I think it does. So if I translate that to the workplace, I think George Floyd happened. I think it's a good narrative for people, quite frankly. But the reality is narratives change. It was Me Too, it was George Floyd. Who knows what it's going to be tomorrow? But that doesn't mean we can give up. And it doesn't mean that our obligation changes. We still have to continue to move forward, to try and drive change, to try and innovate. And even when things are frustrating, continue to be resilient. And that's the lesson that I learned from Nelson Mandela.
You also spoke about proactiveness. How would you apply that aspect of Mandela into the workplace as well, especially having been someone entering a very white space?
So people are going to get it wrong, and they do get it wrong, and they have got it wrong. So look, my career has been awesome. People have been supported me left, right, and centre. I've had advocates, I've had mentors. That's not to say I haven't seen things that could have been better. I'm not going to name and shame necessarily. But I never thought the individuals were being callous about it. I think it was just not understanding because it wasn't something that was spoken about. And actually, once they realized sort of the errors of their ways, they were able to address their behavior and show real remorse. Now, I have two choices. I could refuse to work with them. I could, behave in a hostile way, and maybe I would be justified, maybe, all things being equal. But I think a better approach is to, one, nip it in the bud, tell them that their behavior was incorrect. Two, think about how they can be educated such that they don't do that particular, or they don't exemplify that behavior again, or whatever it may be. But then three, I need to move forward and show that I can rise above, and ultimately that reflects better on me. So, it's difficult, especially in the professional environment when injustices that may happen against you can impact your future or your career trajectory in that organization. But as long as you've taken those right steps, you've flagged it to the right people, you've ensured that the individual has received the appropriate training, then I think it's your responsibility to try and think about how you try and move forward and move the organization forward. Again, that's my view. Yeah, I think it's on your...
My name is Rebekah. I study physics. I'm Jamaican, so I want to know about Bolt, but I also just wanted to ask you, because you study mechanical engineering here, you work at Goldman, you work in investment banking, so it's like a fast-paced, a busy kind of life. So I wanted to know if you have kind of pillars in your life that kind of keep you grounded or getting caught up in a fast-moving life and what they are and how they keep you there.
Yeah. So Wayne, you know my family, there's no option. There's no option but to be grounded, because my mum will still slap me to this day. Look, it is a good question. Though. Are there narcissists in my industry? Yes. Is everyone humble? No. But I must say, GS is a good place. In general, people try and do the right thing, which is good. But ultimately, it comes down to the people you're hanging around. So there's a saying that, I don't know who said it, someone wise, that you're the average of the 5 people you spend the most time around. Don't know if it's 5 people, I don't know if it's 10 people or whatever. But if I think about my actual community, I have my work bubble, but then the majority of people I hang around with are just regular people, and we don't talk about work or anything, we just talk about foolishness and sometimes deep stuff. And sometimes a bit of mentoring. But I think that's important, ensuring that the people around you are like a good spectrum of people to take different things from people. Because you're never going to find one individual that can give you everything you need, and you never provide one thing to a particular individual. But if you can find a few people around you from different walks of life, different backgrounds, then I think that keeps you humble. And actually, it links to my point about Usain Bolt. So one of the things that I notice a lot in the workplace is that strengths and weaknesses are very closely aligned. I was mentioning it a second ago. So with Usain Bolt, he's the perfect example. I look at him and I see someone of supreme confidence, and I think it's an awesome thing. Guy across the road sees him as arrogant. One person could be honest and a person of integrity, another person sees them as aggressive and unable to adjust their communication style. Someone is assertive, again, someone is aggressive. So, often these things are a bit down to perception, but sometimes when we can recognize how closely strengths and weaknesses can be aligned, we can tailor our behavior towards our strengths. And once we know what they are, we can find jobs that align themselves with our strengths, and we give ourselves the best possible opportunity to do them well. And the point I wanted to make to you all is think about that in your career paths. So you're at it's not the final moment, but it's an important moment. You've just graduated, you may just be starting your first job, you may be doing an internship, and you're going to spend the first few years of your career figuring out what you're good at, what you're not good at, and how to be as successful as you can be in your career. And for me, this is one of the key points. So really being critical, understanding what you're good at, and finding a role that accentuates those strengths. And key to that is feedback. So many of us don't like feedback. We're super scared of it because it might be bad, or it might say something about us that we don't like. But that's okay. So not all feedback is good feedback. Sometimes people say stuff that is just totally incorrect, it's total nonsense, but that's fine. Thank people for the feedback. Go away and have a think about it. Decide what is good for you and makes sense, and think about how you can implement it. And whatever was rubbish, discard it. But not soliciting that feedback in the first place is an absolutely fatal mistake. So just to summarize, feedback, figure out how it aligns with your strengths and weaknesses, and then think about finding a position that accentuates your strengths as much as possible. Nice to meet you.
So I just moved from Ghana to the UK in October, and as I was coming, they told me that, oh, you are going to live in the Western country, and they normally use the blacks work so hard, but they're not praised, or they're not celebrated. So as I'm coming, I should make sure that no one will look down on me, or no one will use me more than I would like to do. So I want to ask you, have you ever felt like you've done a lot, but you are not celebrated, or you're not praised than another person from another race, or in your workplace? Have you ever felt like they use you more than the other people from other race as being a black
No,
man?
I get the question.
You're putting a lot of effort to get everything that you want.
Yeah.
You're putting a lot of effort, as you said, you're going to train your brother to be.
Yeah.
So at the way you put a lot of effort, and you feel like they didn't praise you for that.
So this is a wonderful question, by the way, and just interestingly, my mum and I argue about this all the time. So she's of the view that you were given. She's like, oh, I've been working my whole life and I just get used by people and they don't appreciate. And by the way, like in her experiences, there's probably some elements of truth to that. In my line of work, that hasn't been the case. And I am of the view that it's my perception of the situation a little bit. So I know that I do a line share, like a big line share of work in all of my roles. But the way I've looked at that is because my bosses feel that I'm decent at my job and therefore they give me more responsibility. And how that is, how you know that you're being rewarded for that at the end of the day is very simple in banking. You get promoted, you get paid, or you get both. So like I have to give credit to my bosses in that, yeah, they've worked me hard, but they've given me more responsibility, and when I've delivered upon it, they've rewarded me accordingly for it. So in my experience, it's been a good one. In my mother's experience, it's been a bad one, right? I say that not because I'm right and she's wrong or vice versa. It's just there are just different situations. And what we need to do is just get wise and understand where we are and fix it. And don't be scared to fix it. So a couple of tips, and I'm thinking about this on the fly, so maybe I can give you a more polished answer next time. But number one, make sure the objectives for your work are very clear, and the rewards, if you do a good job, i.e. outperforming or even exceeding those expectations, are clear, and the rewards that you have been told are being actioned. If they are not, maybe you can forgive it once, because sometimes there are reasons, right? So for example, in the instance of promotion, most banks have a panel where they go around and they assess all of the candidates and the amount of time you've worked. And there are loads of stuff that go into these assessments. And sometimes it could just be that it's not your term. It's not a race thing. It's no slight against you. Just someone else has to go first, right? Like, that's okay. If it happens twice, there is a problem. And that's a problem that needs to be adjusted, right? Now, if you are in an environment where you're getting good feedback, which is the advice that I've given you already, then this should never happen, because you can always point to the body of feedback you've been given and say, hey, guys, it's in writing. This is what this person has said about me. And by the way, to the extent you can get this on a 360 basis, even better. So people that work for you, your peers that you work with, and your bosses that you work for. So like once you have that like written record, there is no like reason that you should be mistreated. If you do not feel scared to adjust your situation. I believe that, and I genuinely live by that. So that's my view on the matter. Sorry, did you put your hand up first? Okay, sorry. Can I go to the gentleman here? Sorry. Yeah. And then I'll come to you next to Ebuka.
Hi, my name is Rebekah.
Nice to meet you. Nice.
My question for you is, what habits, systems have had the most impact on your personal growth?
What habits did you say?
Yeah, what habits or systems? Sometimes this could be things that you picked up in the early stages of your career, things you're currently doing right now.
Yeah.
Last year.
Yeah, good question. So for all of you, given where you are in your career, I would say the key couple of things that I look for in a new grad, and by the way, I'm a bit frustrated about this. I was telling Wayne the other day, I think it's a bit of a consequence of COVID, but we've got a generation of people that are coming through the system that have been doing everything virtually. And because of the virtual learning experience, there has just been an emphasis on getting by. So it's like, here is the exam matter, you learn it, that's how you pass the exams, and you do it and you get a good grade. What is extremely important for me personally, and what I was taught when I was at this university, is to question things. So I really don't like if a new grad joins a desk and I'm training them and they don't ask me any questions. I think, why are you just taking what I say for gospel? Sometimes I just make up a random thing to confuse them and then say, I just made that up. Why didn't you question me about it? So that's really important. So number one, question everything. And that doesn't mean you're obnoxious and you're stopping people when they're speaking. There's a process in your head. Does that make sense? Do I understand why that works? What are the examples? Blah, blah, blah. So that's number one. And by questioning, you make sure you really understand stuff. And then the second thing to do is, once you've understood that, think about how you can make it better. So one of the things that my bosses really liked when I was a grad was that I always thought about optimizing processes. So they would give me a bunch of tasks which were very boring and manual. And because I found them boring and manual, I was like, I don't want to do them. So the only way I'm not going to have to do them is try and automate them, or build a training manual so I can train someone else to do them instead of me doing it. So these are things that we all can do. They're not, this isn't rocket science, right? Like you go to a job, you figure out like how to do stuff and how you do it in an efficient manner, and you think about automating those processes. So those are the practical advices for a job. So questioning things and thinking about how to make processes more efficient. Because in reality, when you're a grad, by the way, the first 2-3 years, you are going to be doing more menial tasks. I know you're all bright kids, but I'm going to be honest with you. Like we all kind of have to do it. But like if you can bring some efficiency and automation to those menial tasks, that's really helpful. And like a life skill, and I kind of already mentioned it in pieces, but just to come back full circle, think about how you're setting goals. So abstract dreams are great, but if you don't have actionable steps to achieve objectives, then it's pointless. So if your abstract goal might be, again, and I'm coming back to a real finite example, and I'll amend it in a second, but I want the house in Hammersmith, and I'm making it up, right? So just saying I want a house in Hammersmith is a nice sentence, but how are you going to go about getting it? Like, over what time horizon? What are the steps you need to take? How much do you need to save? How much do you need to earn? What government schemes are available to make things more affordable? So just using a silly example, that's how you would go about doing it. And then, as I was saying earlier, but make sure that the passion and the purpose behind what you're doing it, to answer your question a little bit more, is pure, because otherwise it just fades. So if, like for the house example, it's a good goal, but if something more attractive or more sexy comes along and your buddies are like, oh, let's go to Mykonos this summer, it's like, oh, that sounds kind of nice. Maybe the house can wait like 6 months later. But yeah. Yeah, exactly. So he's got, every morning he wakes up, and that's his genuine reminder, and like he's prayed about it, so he can't tell the man upstairs anything else. Like that's what he's trying to do. Yeah. So yeah, that's what I would say. Sorry, were you asking the question or for these? Oh yeah, sorry. Go on in any order. To whoever was first. Yeah. Yeah.
So besides money, like you said, that motivates you. What else motivates you and keeps you going without you seeing the results right away?
Yeah, look, so as I said, I was using the money just to be a bit facetious, but like I am genuinely motivated by giving back and by purpose. So I was, even though we grew up poor, I was very fortunate that there were scholarship programs available. So I went to private school, for example, from a very young age, which isn't, it's a luxury that most people aren't able to afford. And that's because, like an amazing thing happened. I went to my first private school at ages of 7 to 10, and the headmaster really liked my mum and said, it costs $3,000 a year. How much do you want to pay? And then my dad just interjected and said 50 quid, because my dad's silly like that. Like, honestly, he is genuinely just silly like that. This, what I'm saying, his British side comes in, oh yeah, 50 quid. And the headmaster was like, okay. I ended up going to private school for 50 quid, right? Now, that's not something that people can do, right? Like, so my like long-term objective is how I can help give back, right? So that's one of the things that really drives me. So when I'm thinking about achieving as much as I possibly can, it's always in the sense of, can I give back? Can I help people? Can I give back? The reason I'm still at my job now and I'm not taking a job that pays me double the amount of money, quite frankly, is because I don't like their commitment to diversity at some of these other firms that I have at my current firm. And I make enough money to survive. So why would I like give up the ability to give back, which is my actual purpose, by taking more money that I don't need? So that's my personal goal. Now, as I said, like that might be a bit airy-fairy for some, and that's okay. Like that's just my view on the world. But all I'm saying is you have to find your own personal goals. You can't be driven by my goal. You have to only be driven by your goal, because when things get hard and you don't want to do it anymore, like what John says isn't going to matter. It's only your own convictions and your ultimate drive that's going to get you through that, you know? So, yeah, but yeah, that's my view. Sorry. Yeah. Okay.
Testing.
Yeah.
My question to you was...
I didn't catch your name.
I'm Madan. I'm actually an employer.
Okay. Yeah, I saw you on the panel, but yeah, nice to meet you. Yeah.
And my question to you is, can you please tell us a moment, a pivotal moment in your life that's made you to who you are today?
A single moment? I don't have a single moment, actually, to be honest. Let me think about something really meaningful and profound. Yeah, I wish I could get... can I come back to that? I'll think about it a second. I don't want to just fluff around the question. And I did skip over your question, but I am going to answer your question, I promise. I give myself some time to think. Do you want to... Yeah. I think you had a question, didn't you? Yeah, sorry.
Well, actually, a smaller question is,
Yeah.
do you have even an iota of free time outside of work?
Yeah, I do, yeah.
If you do, would you do like hobbies, interests, or anything of the sort that keeps you going or engages you outside from work?
Yeah, look, so it's a good question. I do have a lot of time. So it hasn't always been this way, but I've now got to the stage where I sort of create my own work. And there are some times where like things are out of my control. And don't get me wrong, like I was working till midnight yesterday. You know, I don't always, and I don't like to, but I was. But yeah, I do a bunch of things outside of work. So just to give you an idea of balance, so I play the piano. For example, and I have done for a number of years, and play at church, and I played in concerts and restaurants and all of that stuff, and I really like that. I still play a lot of football to this day, and really like sports. And like I do promise you, I'm a super nerd as well. Like I wake up in the morning and do a crossword and and watch Japanese cartoons. I'm a huge nerd as well. Like as well as the other stuff. So yeah, you have to create time. I mean, equally, I don't have a family, so. That gives me time, and maybe that changes in the future. But yeah, that's having that balance is very important. So one of the things we created at work for the junior population is from Friday night to Sunday morning there is a blackout. So it's like I think it's 8 or 9 o'clock on Friday to 9 a.m. on Sunday at my workplace, because investment banks, as you can imagine, have a bad rep for overworking people. And the sole intention of that was to give people more work-life balance, because it's extremely important. It's extremely important. Yeah, I still haven't got the single. I'm thinking about it. Tough. Sorry. Yeah. Who put your hand up? Was it you or the lady behind you? Oh yeah, but you've asked the question, haven't you? Okay, yeah. Have you asked the question? You've asked the question as well, haven't you? Okay, I got to get this gentleman here, and then I come back to you. Sorry. Yeah. Hey.
Hi,
I like your shirt, by the way.
Oh,
yeah.
I'm Chinex. I'm an electrical engineer.
Yeah.
I have 2 questions. How long were you a mechanical engineer, and when did you decide to switch it up?
Yeah. Am I a mechanical engineer? I don't even know. I don't know the answer to that. Yeah. So by training, I'm a mechanical engineer. But I didn't actually, I didn't work much. So what happened was, I always wanted to be an engineer. I genuinely, even to this day, think it's the coolest job. But I was walking out here once, and there were a bunch of banks that were, along the concourse. And they were like, hey, come and work for us, and we'll pay you this money over the summer. And I was like, great, I'm broke, so. So that sounds awesome. And then when I was looking at the mechanical engineering, I was like, So that's why I chose a career. I told you I'll be very honest with you. Equally, the job I wanted in mechanical engineering at the time, I couldn't find it. So I don't know if there are many mechanical engineers here at the moment, but in 3rd and 4th year, there were some amazing design modules where a client would come in with the problem, and like the South Kensington Exhibition Society came in and said, build us this thing. And we, me and my teammates put together this amazing solution to their problem. And I was like, whoa, like this is exactly what I thought engineering was going to be. That's what I wanted to do. But I wasn't able to find the role that I wanted. And plus the attraction of the banks, that's how I ended up doing what I was doing. But that's not to say, I actually have a strong view that we need more people in STEM. You know, I mean, it's what I studied. I would love more people to do so. But I have to also be selfish because we need more people in finance. So I'm going to say, come and work for Goldman. That's why. Yeah, sacrifice for the greater good. I need more critical mass. Right? I do. You know, I need in 3 years' time for people to walk into a meeting and there being 4 black people and 1 white person. That's what I need. Like that's been my experience the whole life, and that's super important. We're coming to the end, aren't we? I still don't have an answer to your question. I'm so sorry. Okay, go on. Can we take one more? Okay. Yeah.
I'm an associate.
Yeah.
And I feel like I'm getting a plateau in my career. I'm getting a bit bored. So I was wondering if you had any advice for.
Yeah, for that sort of thing. Is the boredom coming from the organisation or the role?
I love what I do. I love my job. I mean, you saw me earlier.
Yeah.
It's just, I can't see the organization.
No, but it's fine. Okay, you work for McDonald's, so you're getting bored of McDonald's. I know what that's like. So I think, so people ask me for this advice all the time because I've moved around quite a lot. I think it's, if you are in the position where you want to move role and move organization, then it's tough. You have to choose one or the other. And actually, this is your market. I'm going to whisper it, but as a black female, trust me, you'll have the pick of organizations. So I'll speak to you afterwards. I'll speak to you afterwards. This is being recorded. I'll stop there. Delete that last bit. McDonald's. Yeah. Okay, I think I'm going to get dragged off the stage. It's been lovely meeting you. Yeah, which ones? Which ones haven't we gone for?
Yes, so...
So the dog, I answered, that's about balance. Yeah, so that's about balance. Oprah networking. Yeah, Oprah Winfrey Network. I thought it was witty. It's not that witty, is it? Yeah. And Rosa Parks. Oh, this is a good one. Disruption. Sorry. One more minute. Yeah, people are very scared about change and disruption, right? Like that's an issue, but it's no bad thing. And I would encourage you in your organizations, and I half made the point around trying to be innovative and automate things. That's the type of change. So it's a bit complex why people don't like change.
You'll need to be online.
Yeah. I don't know what that was talking about. Yeah, so it's a bit complex why people don't like change, but I've personally found in order to get people comfortable, you've got to bring them along for the journey. So let's look at a good example. So when Uber was founded, I don't know if you remember, or you guys are too young, but all of the black cabs were striking. They were like, this is terrible, Uber's going to kill our jobs, it's basically Polish people, blah, blah, blah. And it was terrible, right? And people were just being ridiculously averse to change, in the same way my bad Brexit example. But what happened in reality, Uber did a decent job, then you had all of these other challenger apps develop that started hiring black cabs. Black cabs are back on the road. Then Brexit happened and a bunch of the drivers got kicked out anyway. So then we now have a shortage of taxis. So all of this hurrah and striking was just pointless, right? Instead of complaining about change, all they should have been thinking about was how does it apply to me and how do I make the best of it, right? So that's what I wanted to say about Rosa Parks. But she's super inspirational as well. So yeah, that's it. Yeah,
Great. Thank you so much, Jonathan. I was really hoping this dog was yours, actually. I was hoping that was your dog, but unfortunately not. But anyway, thank you everybody so much again for being part of the conference. And before we close, I actually want to introduce a very, very special guest. So I want to introduce Professor Washington, the head of the Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering, to just say a few words to us. So if we could just give Dr. Washington a round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that very kind introduction. Let me apologize. Because of other activities and events happening in college, I wasn't able to spend more time with you today. I would have loved to do that. So as they said, my name is Washington, and I've been here quite a long time. Sometimes some people say too long. I came here as a very young, dashing young man in 1997. So it's a long time ago. So coming here as a young man and going through all of the processes at Imperial as a young lecturer, a young-ish senior lecturer, reader, they call us, been still asking what is it that we read, the equivalent of associate professor, and then a chair professor sometime in 2007. I've also held a few administration or management positions at Imperial. I've led the Center for Transport Studies for a number of years. I've co-directed the Institute for Security Science and Technology for just under a year. And in September last year, I took on the mantle of being head of the Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering, while also remaining as the Senior Security Science Fellow within the Institute. So I've experienced, if you like, all of the veins of Imperial. I also have colleagues with me. Dr. Wayne Mitchell is here, Dr. Sandy Popola is here, Professor Sarah, that you would have met, Sarah Rankin is here, that we have also been working with over the years in doing other things, including the kind of thing that we are celebrating today. So just a little bit about me. I was sitting there thinking, what are these pictures about? Because for once I couldn't see my photo there, and I was wondering, I thought I had made it, and if I had, my picture would be there. But anyway, seriously, I'm delighted that you're here. I'm also delighted that our Provost, Professor Ian Wormsley, was here to open the session this morning. So just a little bit about myself. I was actually born in a very small village in a place called Kendube in the western part of Kenya. And I remember when I was young, Wayne will know about this, sitting next to my mom, looking at that little dot in the sky called an airplane. They did that at 8 p.m. every day. And I wondered where it was going, and somebody mentioned to me that it's going to a place called London. And I remember saying to my mother sitting there that one day I would like to be in that plane, that airplane. And she turned to me and said, son, you're not just going to be in the plane, you're going to make the plane, which was quite interesting. Now, do you think I actually ended up making a plane? Yes. Yeah, because moms are always right, aren't they? That happened, and I did. So actually, before I came to Imperial, I was in Europe, working among others for the European Space Agency, developing Europe's what you might call existence in space. There's a lot going on in space. I mean, that's for another day. So I'm also a space geek, in addition to being an engineering geek as well. So I then came to the UK after doing my undergraduate degree at the University of Nairobi in Kenya, and did my, by the way, when I came to the UK, I went to the best university in the world. So which one is that? Imperial, LSE. That's Akua Gifty sitting over there, and she knows. So I went to one of the best universities in the world, called the University of Nottingham, somewhere in the Midlands. Nottingham does well in servicing Imperial College with some of the best people they have. So that's where I did my MSc and then PhD. and then found myself in Europe. I've actually gone and worked in major countries, mainly working on their space programs in the United States, in China, but as well as Russia, and the rest of them, including Europe, of course. Now, why would somebody do an MSc and why would somebody do a PhD? There are lots of questions around this, and particularly these days. And the only thing I can say is that, particularly if you come from the kind of background that I do, including the hue that I actually exhibit, it's a little difficult, and it can be a little difficult. So what is it that really gets you going? So I have a concept of difference, what people call difference. And I've been thinking over the years about how you use difference to make a difference, or to make a positive difference, and how that then correlates or coexists with quality. So people talk about affirmative action, they talk about, giving us more slots here and there. And so there's always that confusion between quality and representation. I mean, that's one thing. So using difference to make a difference. There's something quite intrinsically important in that, in terms of how quality relates to it. So if you find in diverse and multicultural entities, they tend to do a lot better in their mission. And there is something to say about that in terms of difference. The other thing to say is common sense. I also have a theory about the uncommon common sense and how you bring back common sense, because a lot of things that we do relate to that. So the master's and the PhD, you're actually going up in the world in terms of how people define skills and expertise. In the United States, they have MS, so Master of Science, for example, and in the UK, we have MSc. A little bit of a difference. When you get to the PhD, everybody calls it the same, unless you go to a place called Oxford or Cambridge, and they have this DPhil thing, right? But the PhD, or the doctoral qualification, is well understood by everyone. And I used to think, if I wanted to have a voice, if I wanted people to listen to me, then I would have to have a doctorate. And that's quite interesting, because it's not always the case. I mean, you have colleagues who have done, they don't have degrees. Some of them drop out of Stanford and become what they are. You know them. Some people do very well after the MEng, the MSc, and so on. But there is something to say about postgraduate studies with respect to people listening to you. So actually, where I've been in the world, people ask me, did you experience racism in China or in the United States or whatever? I say I didn't. And the reason for that is because people tend to forget your hue or your race when they're after something from you, when they know they're going to benefit from you. And so what I felt was, how do I get people to listen to me? How do I get them to actually give me a minute to be able to tell them what I'm thinking about? And I would say, without a doubt, that having the doctorate, having the PhD, actually paved the way for me to be listened to. Now, it's not appropriate for everyone, but I think the more qualifications you get and the more confident you become actually is helpful. So actually what we are doing here today is very, very helpful in that respect. The other thing to say, I don't want to talk too much, is I challenge my colleagues in my department, but I'm also challenging people wherever I go, which is, if you claim to be world leading, which is a good thing, and let's say your world leading status is with regard to solving global challenges, okay? Where do we still have a lot of challenges? And that will be in the developing world, including where I come from, which is sub-Saharan Africa. So if you're world leading, you must be doing something for me in Kenya. But if you're not, then I would say you're not world leading. You're leading the developed world, for example. So there's also the challenge for us to develop capability which is sustainable for the parts of the world where we come from, and not to keep importing things from elsewhere that are very difficult to retrofit into legacy old systems, okay? And life is cyclical, as we know, right? We had the Greeks, we had the Egyptians, we had the Ottoman Empire, and so on. Africa's turn is coming, right? And Africa will be on top one day, all right? And who is going to get us there? You're going to get us there. And so my plea to you is to please stick at it. It may be a long journey, but at least if it takes us 100 years to get there, we would say you started it or we started it together. So let me end by just saying a few thank yous to some of my colleagues and also some of the delegates who have really helped us, or some of the staff who have really helped us. I'd like to start with, if I'm allowed, Professor Sarah Rankin. Where is she? Well, she doesn't know this, but I get a little emotional when I get to her because, I mean, how selfless can you be in trying to do what she does and help us? So thank you very much, Sarah. We really do appreciate all the humongous effort that you put through this kind of thing. And you can see it bears fruit every other day. And she's so enthusiastic in her mission that it's really incredible to have her as a colleague helping us with this kind of activity. The guru, the chief, the doctor, where is he? The engineer, Dr. Popola, here. So Sunday is in my department. Yeah, I'll leave it at that. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Wayne Mitchell, Dr. Mitchell, where are you? I just noticed Paul. Oh, please wave. Wave. He is another colleague who has been with us along this journey. Yeah, he's even been recognized by the royal family, the royal palace, whatever. Paul, MBE. And there are other colleagues who are not here, people like Dr. Mark Richards and so on. Anyway, it's a collective effort. We thank them all for all their hard work. Let me actually also thank some of our colleagues from outside Imperial. Well, they were here before, they've gone, they never forgot about us, so they're back helping us. In Stephanie Travers, I think she's just left. It says here F1 PETRONAS Trackside fuel engineer, and she did a master's in chemical engineering here at Imperial. So thank you in absentia, Stephanie, for the great work. Jonathan, who was just there before me. Where's Jonathan? Yeah, what can I say? I think I was late, I was time barred, because I wanted to ask you a question. So maybe I ask it now.
Oh, you ask me now?
Yes, but I mean, you don't have to answer it. But how does one get to become so senior at Goldman Sachs, so young? How does that happen? I thought somebody would ask you that. It's amazing and very well done, sir. Very well done. So, our colleagues here who are responsible for running the show today, thank you very much. And thank you to all. I mean, I won't be able to mention everyone, but if I've missed out anybody, please accept our sincere thank you for all the hard work that you're doing to make this a success. I mean, as head of department, Imperial is very heavily run by departments, but departments is really where it is at. So if there are initiatives that really need to be taken to improve things, they tend to come from departments. So I would say, as a head of, the world's leading civil and environmental engineering department, please get in touch if you're interested in studying civil engineering or civil and environmental engineering. We've got a few scholarships, both at the MSc and PhD level, if you're interested. We also have some widening participation bursaries also for our Master of Engineering program. So please do get in touch. Imperial, as you would have heard from Professor Ian Wormsley, is changing immensely, particularly with regard to equality, diversity, and inclusion. And we also thank Ian because he's been very, very supportive of our initiative. So thank you very much indeed. I'm sorry I took a little bit long, but I just wanted to say a few words of thanks. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you everyone for coming. Thank you so much. I hope you've had a really great day. Can we just give another round of applause to all our academics, our exhibitors, our speakers? Yeah, it was great. So it's the end of the day, and I get to announce a great thing. There is food outside. Yeah, there's Caribbean food, West African food. There's plenty. You can talk, you can eat. I think it's a great end to a great day. And Ebuka.
Sorry, I shouldn't be up here, but I forgot to mention earlier on that we do have some scholarships for Black home students to go on our summer school, which is going to be running over the summer. So there is a stand outside. Come and see me if you are interested, and we can go through the details. I just thought I'd better let you know before, because the closing date is tomorrow. Right? So so let me just Sunday's here. Sunday, you need to come up here with me then, right? Because it's two. There's one about biomedicine and there's one about bioengineering, or about engineering. So if you fit into either one of those categories and you want to attend, please come along. I should have put my slide up. There are links outside, but come and see me and we can discuss that. And I'm going to...
Okay, thank you everyone. You can, good.